Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Cass High School Athletic Complex, where today the Cass Colonels will open the Class Quad A State Championship playoffs with a doubleheader in the best-of-3 series with the visiting Columbia Eagles. The Colonels in as the number 2 seed from Region 7 Quad A, and Columbia in as the number 3 seed out of Region 6 Quad A. Cass in with a 16-10 mark on the year. Columbia in with an 18-4-2 mark. They do have a couple of ties that are not showing on the graphic there, but the Colonels at 16-10, Columbia at 18-4, and we'll be back to talk more about today's game right after these messages.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Welcome back to the campus of Cass High School, the Cass High School Athletic Complex, where today the Colonels will be taking on the Columbia Eagles in a doubleheader. First 2 games of the best-of-3 first-round series in the Class Quad A state playoffs. We want to thank our sponsors, our anchor sponsor, our Pepsi distributor, with their products Kickstart and Mountain Dew as the anchor sponsors for the 2013 Cass baseball productions. We also want to thank WYXC Radio and Liberty Tax Service for being along as sponsors for this year's baseball on Play On Sports and the GHSA.TV portal. Today the Colonels taking on the visiting Columbia Eagles. The weather, low 60s, upper 50s, breezy out there, overcast. There is rain in the forecast, moving in, should be in later in the evening, around midnight or so. A third game that is scheduled for tomorrow, were these two teams to split this doubleheader tonight, is very unlikely to be played on Saturday. So the rain date is scheduled by GHSA for Monday if these two teams were to split. The Colonels are getting ready to take the field for their pregame warm-up. But while they do that, we want to talk just briefly about the state playoff bracket as it stands. The Colonels in as the number 2 team out of Region 7 Quad A. Columbia, the number 3 team, 3 seed out of Region 6 Quad A. They are in the same first and second round bracket with the Region 8 champion Eastside and the number 4 team out of Region 5, Troup County. So what that means for you is the winner of this series will face either Eastside or Troup County. If it's Eastside, the games would be played at Eastside. If it is Troup County, then the winner of this series would host in the second round. So that gives you an idea of where the teams are in the GHSA bracket. Cass and Columbia coming up shortly. We're going to take another short timeout, and we'll be back to talk more about tonight's game right after this.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up a bit away, cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up a bit away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
Back at the Cass High School Athletic Complex in White, Georgia, where the Cass Colonels are out on the field taking their preliminary warm-ups for tonight's first-round series as they host the Columbia Eagles in the Class Quad A state playoffs. Let's talk a little bit about Columbia High School. Coach Steve Dennis, the head coach there, been there for quite a while, has over 300 wins as the head coach there. They enter this game with an 18-4-2 record on the year. Of course, Marist was the number one team out of that region. They only played Marist one time. They did lose to them 8-7 in 9 innings. The number 2 team out of Region 6 Quad A is Redan. Both of those teams are ranked in the state's top 10 in the most recent poll, so a very good region for baseball. Columbia, of course, came in as the number 3 team from that region. And Grady was the number 4 team from Region 6 Quad A. The losses on the year for Columbia were to Lakeside of DeKalb by a score of 16-10. They did lose to Marist 8-7, as we mentioned, and they lost a couple of times to Redan. They lost 12-1 and 6-4 to Redan. Their ties were to Westlake early in the year and also to Miller Grove, who has traditionally been one of the playoff teams out of that Atlanta League and did not make the playoffs this year, but they did have a tie to both Westlake and Miller Grove during the year. Of course, the Colonels, if you followed them all year long, they are 16-10 on the year. They made it to the Region Championship Series, won game 1 of that against Northwest Whitfield by a score of 4-1. Then lost a tough heartbreaker in extra innings in the second game of the opening doubleheader, and then fell in the third and deciding game and ended up as the Region 7 Quad A runner-up. The Colonels completed their 7th consecutive winning season. They have not – this is their first playoff appearance since 2008. In 2008, the Colonels did lose to Oconee County in the first round. They finished 19-9 that season. They also lost in 2007 in the second round of the state playoffs. They finished with a 21-9 mark on that year. They've had a 20-win season since that time, but lost out in a region tiebreaker and failed to make the playoffs. They actually tied for either the third or the fourth playoff spot 2 different seasons in 2010 and 2011, but lost out on tiebreakers that were predetermined before the season began and did miss as either the 3 or the 4 seed in each of those years. But it was the 7th consecutive winning season for the Colonels as they get ready to take on the Columbia Eagles here tonight in the first round of the state playoffs. Colonels returning to the playoffs for the first time since 2008. We're going to take another break, and we'll be back with more pregame right after these messages.
Con los terroristas.
And do the Harlem Shake.
One match away from immortality.
This is a total team effort.
We're gonna come at you.
One shot at this.
Back at the Cass High School Athletic Complex, where the Columbia Eagles have now taken the field in their white pants, orange jerseys, blue caps with orange trim. So Steve Dennis and his squad out on the field, taking their pregame now that the Colonels have wrapped theirs up. Let's take a look at how the Eagles will line up defensively, and at the same time, we will go through their batting order. William Belcher is at second base. He will lead off. The third baseman, Jalen Atterbury, will play third and bat in the number 2 spot. Trent Nash is the shortstop. He will bat third in the order. Xavier Floyd is at first base. He will bat in the cleanup spot. Trey Jester will be out in right field and bat fifth. Harold Peterson will be in left field. He will bat in the number 6 spot. Travis Taylor will bat seventh and do the catching. Clark will be the designated hitter for the pitcher, Demetrius Jones. And in center field and batting ninth will be Tyler Flowers. So there's your defensive alignment on the screen for the Columbia Eagles. Across the outfield, they go with Peterson, Flowers, and Jester. In the infield, from first to third, Floyd, Belcher, Nash, Atterbury. The catcher is Travis Taylor, and on the mound for Coach Steve Dennis tonight will be Demetrius Jones here in Game 1. Take just a moment here to locate one of our other graphics. I do want to go through the Colonel's batting order. A bit of an altered lineup tonight with Brandon Etheridge still having to sit out the final game of his suspension in Game 1 here tonight. He will likely be the Game 2 pitcher, but in his place leading off will be Chris Morton, the center fielder. Sam Ayers will be at shortstop and bat second. Chaz Wilson will move over to first base tonight, where he's played very little this year, but he will hit in the 3 spot and bat third. Dylan Williams will be on the mound, hitting in the cleanup spot. Sam Russell will do the catching. Hunter Southern will be at third base. And then rounding out the order, Alex Yoslin, Matt Brown, and Austin Gore for Coach Adam Williams, Cass Colonels. So that's how they will lineup tonight to face the Columbia Eagles: Morton, Ayers, and Wilson, Williams, Russell, and Southern, Yoslin, Brown, and Gore. And that will be the batting order for the Colonels. We'll take another timeout, and we'll be back. We'll give you how the Colonels will line it up defensively when they hit the diamond. But in the meantime, we're going to take another break, and we should be getting really close. Our umpires have made their way out onto the field, so we'll have our pregame meeting and our anthem and all of those good pregame festivities coming up right after these messages.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary. E is even more than anyone that you adore. And love was made for me and you.
We can get a player up here.
Ah, that's good stuff.
All right, perfect. Prepare a Wiley Ballard graphic.
Do you want me to start the stream?
Start the stream. Camera 3. Beautiful. Oh, we're coming in on 1. For more information on how your school can join the Play On School broadcast program, go to playonsports.com/SBP.
Senor.
Attention, everyone. Our first toast.
No. I am so honored to say a few words about the lovely can. Huh? I mean the couple. You look so delicious. Lean love. Too many more years.
Do we know her?
No.
Diet Pepsi. Love every sip.
Coach Steve Dennis of the Columbia Eagles out on the field with his troops. They're taking their final round of infield before we get started with this first round series in the Class Quad A state playoffs. The Columbia Eagles coming in here as the number 3 seed from Region 6 Quad A to take on the Cass Colonels, the number 2 seed from Region 7 Quad A. Cass High School baseball on playonsports.com and the GHSA.TV portal, presented by Mountain Dew. We're glad you could join us for today's game. Let's take just one quick second, and we'll look at how the Colonels, since we have a little bit of extra time here, Columbia taking a little bit longer with their pregame than we anticipated. So let's take a look at how the Colonels will line up defensively while we have a chance. In the outfield, Alex Yoslin, Chris Morton, and Austin Gore. In the infield, from first to third, they'll go with Chaz Wilson, Matt Brown, Sam Ayers, and Hunter Southern. Dylan Williams, who has been the ace of the Colonel staff throughout the year, will be on the mound, and Sam Russell will do the catching tonight in Game 1 for Coach Adam Williams. So that's how the Colonels will line up in Game 1. Yoslin, Morton, and Gore across the outfield. Wilson, Brown, Ayers, and Southern around the horn in the infield, with Williams on the mound and Russell behind the plate. Columbia, really a basketball power. Until this year, they had won 3 consecutive boys' state championships in Class AAA. They made it to the finals in 4A this year before losing to Eagles Landing. Their girls did win the Class Quad A state championship in basketball this year, so a real basketball power at Columbia. And this is their first trip to the baseball playoffs in several years. And, of course, as we mentioned earlier, first time for the Colonels in the state playoffs as well. Since back in 2008. Well, it's taking still a bit longer than we anticipated. The umpires are still waiting to meet with the coaching staff and the exchange of lineup cards and going over the ground rules. So we have time to take another break, and we'll be back with more of our pregame right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Back at the Cass High School Athletic Complex in White, Georgia, where the Columbia Eagles and the Cass Colonels are about to take to the field in the first round of the Class Quad A state playoffs. There's our umpiring crew, our three-man crew for this opening round contest. It is a doubleheader this evening. Each of the GHSA state playoff series consists of 3 games, best of 3 series. The opening day is a doubleheader, and the rubber game, if necessary, is on the following day. That is all weather permitting, obviously. We're waiting on Coach Steve Dennis of the Eagles to make his way out to meet with the umpires for their official exchange of lineup cards, and they will go over the ground rules here at the Cass High Athletic Complex. So we're getting very close to our first pitch of the evening. So we'll take another break, and we'll be back hopefully with our anthem and our first pitch coming up shortly.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up and away, cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up and away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
Coach Adam Williams and Coach Steve Dennis meeting with the umpiring crew at home plate, and that meeting appears to be wrapping up. So it gives us just a second here. We'll talk about today's starting pitchers. Dylan Williams will be making his 10th start. He is 6-1 on the year with a 1.04 ERA, a batting average against of 137. Since we're about to have our anthem, both teams are making their way out onto the base paths. So we'll pause here and enjoy our national anthem.
To the GHSA Elite 8 and 1 Region Championships. Special thanks to these Colonels for representing their teams for more than 30 years ago, and welcome back to the new home of the Colonels. Thank you again for being here tonight, 1977 and 1980 past Colonels.
you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Back at the Cass High School Athletic Complex, the Colonels starters are being introduced to the crowd here for this Game 1 of the best-of-3 series between the Cass Colonels and the Columbia Eagles. Glad you could join us for Cass High School baseball, playoff baseball tonight, presented by Mountain Dew. We were talking before the break and the anthem about the starting pitchers. Dylan Williams, we went through some of his statistics, and we know that for Columbia, we'll try to gather those up. Demetrius Jones is the starting pitcher. He has thrown 44 2/3 innings this year so far in 9 games or 9 appearances. He has a 7-1 mark. He's allowed 16 earned runs, 30 walks to 43 strikeouts. He has an ERA of 2.51 and a batting average against of 236 on the year. We went through Dylan Williams, the starter for Cass, pretty quickly. 47 1/3 innings on the year for Dylan Williams with a 6-1 mark. This will be his 10th appearance. He has allowed only 7 earned runs on the year, 29 walks against 85 strikeouts, an ERA of 1.04, and a batting average against of 137. So that's Dylan Williams on the mound tonight for the Colonels in Game 1 of this best-of-3 series. Let's look again very quickly at how the Colonels are lining it up defensively. Yoslin, Morton, and Gore across the outfield. Southern at third, Ayers at short, Brown at second, Wilson at first, Sam Russell behind the plate. And as we have already introduced, Dylan Williams, the ace of the Colonel staff this year, on the mound in Game 1 for the Colonels. So everyone's in their place. Umpires have made it out to their positions. Colonels out on the field defensively for the top of the first. We're just about ready for some baseball. Sam Russell fires it down to second base. The Colonels will flip it around the infield. And we will be ready to go here in just a second. Leading it off for the Eagles will be William Belcher. And they have some impressive statistics, some statistical numbers. Dennis hitting .441 on the year with 29 stolen bases. So you want to try to keep him off the base paths. The first pitch from Dylan Williams missed outside and low for a ball. We're underway. First round of the state playoffs from Cass High School. Next pitch hit on the ground, past third, and it's over the bag at third, and it's going to be extra bases for Belcher. Bounced it right over the bag. Close play down at second base, but he's in there sliding safely. And the Eagles open it up with a base hit. A ground ball just over the bag at third, and Belcher stands down at second base with a double. That brings up Jalen Atterbury, hitting .373 on the year. So a lot of speed at the top of the order. First pitch is a fastball fouled back over the screen. Trent Nash, shortstop, waits on deck for the Eagles. Dressed in their orange jerseys today, the Colonels in white. That one is fouled off at the plate, off the leg of Atterbury for strike number 2. So the Eagles open it up with Belcher bouncing one over the bag at third. He stands down at second to open play here in this playoff contest. Next pitch is a breaking pitch from Williams that Sam Russell was able to backhand and keep in front. So the count has gone to 1-2 to the Columbia third baseman. Next pitch from Williams is up and away. So the count evens at 2-2 to Jalen Atterbury. Batting with a runner at second and nobody out. Next one hit sharply out to short off the chest of Sam Ayers, throws across and in time for the out at first. Atterbury diving toward the bag, but he is out on the play. Nice play by Sam Ayers to keep it in front and get the out, but Belcher is able to move over to third on the play. So one out in the inning now, and it brings up Trent Nash with a runner at third. Curveball from Williams is a beauty in there for a called strike. Next pitch from Williams, right at the knees for a called strike. Breezy day here, temperatures rather, in the low 60s to upper 50s, and overcast. Next pitch is fouled away. So one out in the inning now, but a runner at third for the Eagles. Next pitch from Williams, called strike 3 over the inside corner. And there's the second out of the inning. So that brings up the first baseman, Xavier Floyd, hitting in the cleanup spot. Hitting .375 on the year with 22 RBI. 2 out in the inning, runner at third. Pitch is low and away for ball 1. Cass and Columbia. Top of the first. Eagles with a runner at third and 2 outs in the inning. Curveball from Williams in there for a called strike. So the count now evens at 1-1. Williams working quickly. Curveball hit past third, past Coach Steve Dennis down there for the second strike on the Eagles cleanup hitter. So Williams, who does typically work quickly, back at it again, misses low and away with ball 2, and the count now at 2-2 to Xavier Floyd. Next pitch from Williams. Slow breaking ball. Got him on swinging for strike number 3. And he's worked his way out of the top of the first after giving up a leadoff double to open the inning. But he comes back with a ground out to Ayers and a couple of strikeouts to escape the top of the first. We'll go to the bottom half of the first, scoreless at Cass High School. Back at the Cass High School Athletic Complex. Columbia failed to score in the top of the first. We'll move to the bottom of the first. And the Colonels will send Chris Morton, Sam Ayers, and Chaz Wilson to the plate here in the bottom of the first to face Demetrius Jones, the starting pitcher for the Eagles. He has thrown almost twice as many innings as any other Columbia pitcher this season for the Eagles and Coach Steve Dennis. 44 2/3 in 9 appearances. He does have a 7-1 record on the year. 43 strikeouts, but he has walked 30 in those 44 innings. So I would think the strategy here would be to make sure he is throwing strikes. So Cass center fielder here in game one, Chris Morton, will lead things off for the Colonels. Morton steps in hitting .305 on the year with 8 RBI. He scored 19 runs and is among the team leaders in runs scored, although he has worked out of the number 9 spot in the order most of the season. First pitch, missed low to Chris Morton. He takes a deep breath and steps back in to face Demetrius Jones. Right-hander winds and delivers, and it's a called strike over the outside edge. Jones taking his sign. Now Wise throws a curveball. Morton hits it back up the middle. Nice fielding play out there by the shortstop, Trent Nash. And a very good-looking play there to retire Morton. Almost got by him, but he reached back, reeled it in, wheeled, and fired a strike to first base for the first out of the first inning. So a good sharp ground ball there hit by Morton, but he is retired on the 6-3 putout, and it brings up Sam Ayers. First pitch to Ayers, hit on the ground, back up the middle. Nash is there again, throws across, and he retires Ayers, and very quickly, 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. That'll bring up first baseman Chaz Wilson, hitting .424 on the year with 29 RBI. A couple of home runs on the year as well. First pitch bounced up there to Wilson. We're just underway. We're in the bottom of the first. Cass and Columbia from the Cass High School Athletic Complex. We're in game one of the best-of-3 series between the Colonels and the Eagles. Jones winds and missed up and away for ball 2 to the Cass first baseman, senior Chaz Wilson. He digs back in there, and the 2-0 pitch missed outside, ball 3. Dylan Williams, tonight's starting pitcher for the Colonels, waits on deck. 3-0 pitch from Jones, bounced up there. Actually didn't hit the dirt, but was very low. Catcher had to scoop it. And that's 4 straight pitches to Wilson that missed out of the strike zone. So there's ball 4, and he makes his way down to the bag and will be the first Colonel base runner of the night. Brings up pitcher Dylan Williams, hitting .350 on the year now. He has really had his average to rise in recent contests. Hit very well during the Northwest Region playoff series. First pitch to Williams is a called strike at the knees. Williams with a couple of home runs on the year. 17 RBI. A little bit of the sun peeking through. And the pitch to Williams is fouled back over the screen. So Williams in an 0-2 hole here. And you can hear with our field mic there the wind just whipping around out there on the field, and you can see our flag out in center field when you catch a glimpse of it. It is really blowing out there. Curveball to Williams, missed way outside. Jones tried to tease him with that one, and he doesn't seem too happy with the rubber there. Nice firm surface out there, and he seems to want more of a groove along the rubber there. Comes set now, and his pitch to Williams again missed outside. So the count now even at 2-2 as he faces his pitching counterpart, Dylan Williams. Chaz Wilson taking his lead down at first. 2 outs in the inning, and the 2-2 pitch on its way to Dylan Williams missed outside again, bounced out up there, and Taylor, the catcher, blocked it. So the count's gone full now, and with 2 outs in the inning, Wilson will probably be taking off on the pitch as soon as Demetrius Jones delivers to the plate. Wilson with a short lead, now takes off, and Williams hits it sharply to third, backhanded over there, long throw across in time. So a couple of sparkling defensive plays by the Eagles there in the bottom of the first, and the Colonels are held scoreless. We'll go to the second now. No score. We make our way to the top of the second. Scoreless. Columbia with the only hit in that first inning, a leadoff double by Belcher to start the game. He was stranded at third back in the top of the first. Colonels did pick up a base runner. Chaz Wilson walked in the inning, but he was stranded as well, and we'll go to the second inning. Still no score. Trey Jester will lead off the second here for the Eagles. Left-handed hitter. Dylan Williams taking his sign. And the big right-hander winds and delivers and misses low. Jester with an amazing .476 average on the year. Swings and misses that one. .476 batting average with 35 RBI to lead the team in both categories. Squares and offers on that attempt. So the count has gone to 1-2 to the Eagles' right fielder. And he asked for time. Dylan Williams always works quickly. And he throws a curveball that stayed outside. Two-two pitch from the senior right-hander is lined out toward the left field. And Alex Yoslin is there to make the catch on the tailing line drive. Made a good play out there for out number one. So Harold Peterson steps in next. He's the left fielder hitting in the sixth spot, batting .317 on the year with 12 RBI. First pitch from Williams, popped past first over the dugout, foul for strike number one. Williams winds again, and his delivery swung on, foul tipped for strike number two. So no two pitch now due to Harold Peterson. And it's a curveball that apparently missed inside, but had to just barely miss. So the count has gone to 1-2. Next pitch from Williams. Working quickly again, missed high. And the count's at 2-2. Catcher Trent Taylor waits on, or rather Travis Taylor waits on deck. Next one is a fastball right through there, strike three. So now 2 outs in the inning, and it brings up the catcher, Travis Taylor. Taylor hitting .351 with 17 RBI. Some really hefty numbers offensively for these Eagles. First pitch is a fastball fouled straight back against the screen. And the breaking pitch was over his head for a ball. Clark, the designated hitter, waits on deck if Taylor could reach. Swings and misses at that one, and he's behind 1-2 in the count as Williams delivers again. And that one is looped over third, and it's going to be in there. Foul. Just foul. And from our angle here, it looked like it was going to be in there for a hit, but it did keep hooking and just missed the foul line. And Coach Steve Dennis looks back at his dugout with his two fingers about an inch apart and says it just missed. So now the 1-2 pitch from Williams. Swung on and missed. Curveball, strike three. And the Colonels are out of the top half of the second inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left. We've played an inning and a half in the first round of the Class Quad A state playoffs. First round between the Colonels and the Eagles. We're still scoreless as the Colonels come to bat in the second inning.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up a bit away, cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up a bit away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
Cass and Columbia still scoreless as we head to the bottom half of the second inning. Demetrius Jones back out on the mound for the second inning for the Eagles. The Colonels will send catcher Sam Russell, third baseman Hunter Southern, and left fielder Alex Yoslin to the plate. That's the 5, 6, and 7 hitters for the Colonels in game one here. Sam Russell hitting .308 on the season with 11 RBI. He'll step in to lead things off. For Coach Adam Williams, Cass Colonels here in the bottom of the second. Demetrius Jones winds and kicks and fires, missed high with ball number one. We mentioned in the pregame, this is the pitcher that has thrown the most innings during the season for the Eagles. And his walk to strikeout ratio, he has a few more strikeouts than walks, but not a lot. So I would think the strategy would be to work him in the count. But Sam Russell swings and misses that one, and the count's at 2-1. Swung and missed at a fairly high fastball. Next pitch over the inside edge, and he's swinging and missing again, so the count's at 2-2. Russell digs back in, and the pitch from Jones took a little off, hit out toward right field, but right at Trey Jester, who makes the catch for out number one. So one out in the inning, and it brings up Cass third baseman Hunter Southern. Southern, .221 on the year with 7 RBI. He's scored 9 runs. Steps in, and the first pitch is a fastball over the outside corner for strike number one. Breaking ball, hit on the ground, out toward third. Bobbled there. Now he recovers, throws across in time. As Atterbury dropped it on the initial touch, but picked it up, recovered in time, throws across for the second out of the inning. Retiring Hunter Southern. Brings up Alex Yoslin, the left fielder, with 2 outs. Yoslin, who for much of the year hovered around the 300 mark with his average. He's seen it drop now to 202. But he does have a home run and 6 extra base hits, 9 RBI. Takes a curveball, missed low and away, ball one. And the next pitch is a fastball over the outside corner. So 2 outs in the inning. Demetrius Jones has been the puzzle to solve thus far for the Colonels. That one is fouled off his hands out toward the Colonels' dugout. As we've mentioned on several of these broadcasts, a lot of foul territory at the Cass High School Athletic Complex. Plenty of room in foul territory to make plays. 1-2 pitch, bounced up there for ball 2. If Yoslin could reach, Matt Brown waits on deck. Jones takes his sign from his catcher Taylor, kicks and fires and throws a fastball right over the outside corner for strike number 3, and the Eagles are throwing it around the infield, but that's the 3rd out of the inning, so they kind of lost track of the number of outs in the inning apparently. But the Colonels go quickly in their half of the second, so we'll move on to the 3rd inning. Still no score. We move to the top of the 3rd inning. Moving to the top of the 3rd. Still no score at Cass and Columbia. Game 1 of a doubleheader today. First 2 games of the best-of-3 series in the Class Quad A state playoffs. Keyshawn Clark will lead things off and pops the first pitch over near the Colonel's dugout and out of play over the dugout. So Keyshawn Clark, the designated hitter, he is in the order in the 8th spot, hitting for the pitcher, Demetrius Jones. Time called at the plate. And I'm not sure what this is about. Our 2 umpires about to get together. Maybe our first base umpire. He was hobbling a bit, and I had not noticed him hobbling earlier. So as he went over to watch that foul ball, may have injured himself. So the Cass trainer is going to make her way out to check on him as well if he needs assistance. Coach Adam Williams makes his way out there. So it looks like we're going to be a moment or so here. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Still checking on our umpire down there. He's trying to stretch it back out just a little bit, make sure he's going to be okay. Putting a little weight on it and moving around there. We're still scoreless. We're in the top half of the 3rd inning. Cass hosting Columbia in the opening round of the Class Quad A state playoffs. We're still scoreless. It looks like he's going to be okay, or he's going to game it out here anyway, as our other two umpires hustle back into their positions. And it looks like we'll have an 0-1 pitch coming up to Keyshawn Clark. Williams winding and delivering a fastball right through there for strike number 2 on a swing and a miss. And the 0-2 fouled back over the screen, right back toward us in our press box position. Oh, 2 delivery again, curveball that stayed low. So the count's at 1-2 to Keyshawn Clark, the designated hitter in the 8 spot. And that curveball stayed way outside. Count's at 2-2. Flowers waits on deck for the Eagles. Next pitch is fouled back over the screen. And the next one is chopped out toward third. Hunter Southern fields, throws across to Chaz Wilson, and there is out number 2. So there's the first out of the inning, and it brings up the number 9 hitter, Tyler Flowers. Flowers hitting .200 on the year for the Eagles. Scored 7 runs. He has 10 RBI. Hitting in the 9 spot. We'll be back to the leadoff part of the order after Flowers. Curveball. Just missed inside. Flowers gave up on it. Almost caught the inside edge. Next pitch from Williams is a fastball right through there for a called strike at the knees. 1-1. Squaring to bunt, and he fouled it back to the screen. So there's strike 2. To Tyler Flowers. Our foul ball recovered and returned to our home plate umpire by the on-deck hitter, William Belcher, waiting on deck for the Eagles. He'll hit next. Williams winds, delivers, and fires right through there for strike number 3, and there's 2 outs in the inning. So 2 down as Dylan Williams picks up his 5th strikeout here in the top of the 3rd, and it brings up William Belcher, the leadoff hitter, hitting well over .450 now on the year. He had a leadoff double to open this game. Fastball strike over the outside half of the plate, evening the count at 1-1. Williams with a curveball, stayed inside. Belcher, like Flowers before him, had bailed out on the pitch. 2-1 from Williams now. Swung on and missed. So the count's at 2-2 quickly to William Belcher, who wants to step out now and ask for time. Williams ready to go again. Rhines delivers, fastball over the outside edge, and there's called strike 3. So on 16 pitches, Dylan Williams sits down the order. We've played 2.5. The Colonels will be coming to the plate in their half of the 3rd inning. We're still scoreless. We're heading to the bottom of the 3rd. Cass and Columbia still scoreless. Dylan Williams now with 6 strikeouts for the Colonels, so 6 of the 9 outs have been recorded by Kays. Cass will send their 8, 9, and 1 hitters to the plate here in their half of the third. Matt Brown, the second baseman, Austin Gore, the right fielder, and then we'll be back to the top of the order and center fielder Chris Morton. Matt Brown, who has not been in the hitting part of the order for the Colonels. He's played defensively at second base almost the entire year, but has often been hit for, so he does not have a lot of at-bats during this season. Steps in there in the 8 spot and takes a fastball low and away for ball 1. Austin Gore in a similar spot waits on deck. And by a similar spot, I mean he has not had a lot of at-bats during the year either. Has played some defensively and been used as a courtesy runner. Fastball missed outside, so the count's at 2-1 to the Colonels' second baseman, Matt Brown. Demetrius Jones working almost as quickly as Dylan Williams. And there's a line drive hit out toward the gap, but these guys in the outfield can run, but that one's going to make it to the wall. Matt Brown is going to reach second base standing up with a double to lead things off here in the bottom of the third. So a good start to the Colonels' third. I'll tell you, the way these Columbia outfielders can move out there, those balls hit to the gap, I'm hesitant to say they will be down. Ordinarily, that's an easy double, but I had to wait and see if Flowers could get there. Almost chased that one down. It did go to the wall. Brings up Austin Gore, the right fielder, with a runner at second in a sacrifice situation. He takes a fastball strike as he did square. But it's a called strike at the knees. Again, a sacrifice situation trying to get Brown over to second. Gore squares and takes a ball low and away. So the count even at 1-1. 1-1 pitch upcoming to Austin Gore, the senior right fielder, and he gets the bunt down. Right back to the pitcher, though. They look at third, now throw to first in time to retire Gore, but the sacrifice is successful and moves Matt Brown over to third for the top of the order. So Jones thought about it, looked at third, but Matt Brown got in there safely, and they still had time to retire Gore at first for the first out of the inning. And the Colonels are back to Chris Morton and the top of the order with 1 out. And now Matt Brown standing down at third, who led off the inning with a double into the left center field gap. First pitch to Morton missed. They say high for ball 1. Next pitch to Morton, bounced up there, but a nice play made by Taylor to keep it from going to the screen. And again, there's plenty of foul room here, plenty of room behind home plate, so anything that goes to the screen is probably going to result in a run here. Wind really whipping around now. Look at Jones's pants blowing in the wind there. Slow curveball fouled back over the screen for the first strike to Chris Morton. Cass playoff baseball from the Cass High School Athletic Complex, round 1, presented by Mountain Dew. Colonels and Eagles scoreless. We're in the bottom of the third. 2-1 pitch coming to the Colonels' leadoff center fielder. Slow curveball, hit on the ground out towards short. Checks the runner, now throws across. Matt Brown had to hold, and now there's 2 outs in the inning with Matt Brown still stranded at third. So the ground ball went straight to Nash. He checked his runner at third, then threw on to first. Matt Brown just had to stand there and watch the play, and there's 2 outs in the inning for Sam Ayers. So a big spot here for the Colonels' senior shortstop. Cass looking for a 2-out hit, and there's a line drive hit straightaway center field right at Flowers. He's under it, makes the catch. And the Colonels strand a runner at third. So the Colonels come up with a hit, but they strand Matt Brown at third following the sacrifice, the ground out, and the fly out. And we'll go to the top of the fourth. We're still scoreless.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up a bit away, cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up a bit away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
Back at the Cass High School Athletic Complex, Cass and Columbia still scoreless as we move to the top of the fourth. Dylan Williams, starting pitcher for the Colonels, still on the mound. Each team with one hit, but each team has stranded a runner at third at various innings. So we go to the fourth with still no score. Jalen Atterbury leads things off for the Eagles. Breaking ball from Williams, missed outside. Next pitch fouled straight back to the screen. So the count even at 1-1. To the Eagles' third baseman. Came into the game hitting .373. Next pitch by Dylan Williams. Slow curveball this time, swung on and missed. So the count now at 1-2. Slow curveball again, got him swinging. So Williams takes a little off of back-to-back breaking pitches and gets the first out of the inning with a strikeout, his 7th of the game. Brings up the shortstop, Trent Nash, who we've seen make a couple of really good plays defensively, and he takes a fastball strike at the knees. Williams winds and delivers. Ground ball hit out toward Hunter Southern. Throws across. Chaz Wilson covering the bag at first. And there's out number 2. And as the Colonels threw the ball around the infield, the umpire was in the middle of the throw and kind of collided there with Sam Ayers, and they make a little joke out of it. But that's the second out of the inning. So 2 down now, and it brings up Xavier Floyd, the Eagles' first baseman. A lot of wind out here today. Wind really just whipping around as the weather system moving into the area. Fastball fouled straight back against the padding at the backstop. So the count now at 1-1. Foul ball retrieved and returned to our home plate umpire. Williams is ready to go, taking his sign from Sam Russell. Winds, kicks, and had a curveball get away from him over the head of Floyd for ball 2. Williams ready again, and his pitch is just outside. So the count has gone to 3-1, and we've not really seen many 3-ball counts out of Williams in this one thus far. And there's a strike at the knees. So Williams battles back now. 2 outs in the inning and a full count to the cleanoff hitter, first baseman Floyd, and there's a swing and a miss for strike 3. Williams' 8th strikeout of the contest. So the Eagles are retired again on very short work by Williams, only 12 pitches in that inning. So we're through 3.5 now. Still no score.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Still no score at the Cass High School Athletic Complex. Cass playoff baseball presented by Mountain Dew. Each team with just one hit apiece. Demetrius Jones on the mound for Columbia. Dylan Williams on the mound for the Colonels, and it's been a pitching battle through 3.5 innings. Cass will send their 3, 4, and 5 hitters to the plate here in the fourth. Chaz Wilson, Dylan Williams, and Sam Russell. Wilson walked his first time to the plate. Leads the team with a .424 average on the year and 29 RBI. He has a couple of homers and 13 extra base hits. First pitch, missed outside. He walked on 4 straight pitches back in the first, and he's now seen 5 straight balls. Digs back in there to face Jones, and he gets a fastball that he hit off the end of the bat and off the third baseman's chest and heel of his glove, and it's an error. And Wilson will stand at first base for the second time today, and that's the first error of the contest. So a good start to the Colonels' fourth as Wilson hit a slow grounder out there toward third, and it was bobbled and missed by Atterbury. Brings up Dylan Williams, the Cass pitcher. So that forces Jones now to work from the stretch as Dylan Williams digs in. Wilson takes his lead. Pitch to Williams, hit high in the air toward center field. Center fielder breaks back, then comes back in, now makes the catch. Wilson digging back toward first base, slides in safely. So he had to wait to see if they were going to grant Flowers the catch or not, and we got the call, and Wilson had to dig back hard to first base to keep from being doubled off. So that ball got up in the air, up into this wind, and just died. Flowers went back a couple of steps, then had to come in and made a diving catch. So it brings up Sam Russell now with 1 out in the inning. Wilson still down at first. He reached on that error to start the inning. Jones, first pitch, is called a strike over the outside edge. Throw over to first. Wilson back in there. Takes his lead again, and the pitch missed high for ball 1. Sam Russell came into the series hitting .308. Doing the catching tonight. 1-1 pitch now from Jones. Hit on the ground, pass third, and Coach Adam Williams. And there's the second strike to Sam Russell. Hunter Southern waits on deck. So 1 out on the inning, the fly out by Dylan Williams. Sam Russell digs back in to face Demetrius Jones. Slow curveball, hit on the ground out towards short. Nash fields it, and they got Wilson on a bang-bang play down at second on the force play. So Russell will reach on the fielder's choice. Wilson forced down at second as Nash flips to Belcher. So there's 2 outs in the inning. And Cass third baseman Hunter Southern will step to the plate with now Caleb Black checked in as a courtesy runner for Sam Russell down at first. So the first action of the night for Caleb Black in as a courtesy runner for the catcher. Southern throw over to first, chases back Caleb Black. Alex Yoslin, Cass left fielder in game one, waits on deck. Pitch from Jones, swung on and missed. So the count goes to 0-1. Jones working from the stretch, throws over to first. Black's back in there. Now the 0-1 delivery to the plate, and Southern hit it high in the air out towards center field. Flowers is there, makes the catch, and there's out number 3. And the Colonels are retired in the 4th inning. So we're just cruising along here. The Colonels strand a runner. He reached on an error. And we're going to go to the 5th inning now. Still no score. Back at the Cass High School Athletic Complex, we're scoreless as we move to the top of the 5th inning. Dylan Williams still on the hill for the Colonels. Demetrius Jones has gone all the way thus far for the Columbia Eagles. We're in game 1 of a doubleheader. First 2 games in the best-of-3 series opening round between the Cass Colonels, the 2 seed from 7 Quad A, and the Columbia Eagles, the 3 seed out of 6 Quad A. Columbia sending their 5, 6, and 7 hitters to the plate, Jester, Peterson, and Taylor, here in the 5th inning to face Dylan Williams, who rocks and fires a fastball called strike over the inside edge. Next pitch by Williams, missed inside. Williams working quickly again, swung on and missed, strike 2. Jester flied out to left, hit a pretty sharp line drive out there, his first time at the plate. Yoslin was there to field the curling line drive. Next pitch hit on the ground, chopped over third, there's a base hit. Just a ground ball that bounced over the head of Hunter Southern and was a base hit all the way. So the Eagles have a little something going here to open their half of the 5th off Dylan Williams. Nobody out and Jester down at first. Williams now working from the stretch. Batter fouls it back on the bunt attempt. So there's 1 strike. Squares again, and this one's bunted foul up the first baseline, so quickly 2 strikes on Peterson. Peterson with a .317 batting average on the year with 12 RBI. Playing left field today for the Eagles. Runner is off and running, and the bunt is down. Throw over to first is in time for the sacrifice. But I tell you, Jester had second stolen regardless. So the sacrifice works. Fielded by Williams. To retire Peterson, Jester now stands down at second with one out, and now we've got another umpire timeout. And I'm not sure what this discussion is about. But our three umpires have gotten together on the infield to talk about that last play, apparently. Not sure what happened there. Coach Williams out to find out what happened there and does not seem to be pleased with the decision. But with one out in the inning, brings up Travis Taylor, the catcher for the Eagles, to face Dylan Williams. Curveball stayed high. Ball one. Designated hitter Clark waits on deck. Runner is off and running, swung on and fouled at the plate. But again, Jester off and running, and now he's shaking a little and going to jog out toward the left field area and now make his way back toward second, as he apparently twisted something or jammed something on that sliding play at third. Looked like he had third taken on that play as well, but the pitch was fouled off at the plate. Williams turns to check on the runner this time. Jester had a good jump last time up. Next pitch by Williams, swung on and missed. There's strike two. So a 1-2 pitch now due to the Eagles catcher with a runner at second. And he popped it up. Sam Russell's underneath it, makes the catch, and there's 2 outs in the inning. So a little pop-up to the catcher in foul territory is the second out of the inning. And it brings up Keyshawn Clark, Columbia's designated hitter, hitting in the 8th spot. Williams working from the stretch, throws a breaking ball right through the middle for a called strike one. Clark grounded out to third his first time. Fouls this one straight back to the screen for strike number 2. So Williams now looking in for his sign from Sam Russell, comes set, and the 0-2 pitch is a breaking ball that missed high. And now we're going to have a timeout, and the trainers are going to come across, but it's a little swinging bunt infield hit for Clark. And now runners will be at the corners when we return to play, but we've got another timeout for the runner Jester down at third. So the little swinging bunt is fielded out there. And the throw on to first bounced over there. Wilson blocked it to prevent possibly a run from scoring, but the way Jester made his way from second to third, I don't think he was going anywhere regardless, unless it went way down into the corner in the outfield. But that swinging bunt keeps the inning alive for the Eagles. And we still wait while they check on Jester down at third. So now it looks like Coach Steve Dennis is going to go to his bench, as Jester will apparently leave the lineup. So we have a new runner at third, and I did not get the number. We'll try to pick up that number. But right now, Tyler Flowers steps in with 2 outs in the inning. Runner leaves from first, takes off. Sam Russell fired it back, but Dylan Williams cut it off. And the first pitch was called a strike, apparently. Next one swung on and missed. And quickly Williams is ahead 0-2, but Clark stands down at second after the stolen base. 2 runners in scoring position for the Eagles. And he just threw it to the screen. And the Eagles are going to take the lead. And now the ball gets away again, but the runner, Clark, makes his way back to third. So that was number 6 that had come in as the pinch runner, Wright, and he scores on the wild pitch that got by the catcher, Sam Russell. And on an 0-2 pitch, the Eagles take the lead on a wild pitch. So now at 2-2, swung on and missed. The Colonels are out of the inning, but not before Columbia takes the first lead of the game. So on an 0-2 pitch, Columbia is able to take a 1-0 lead as the ball went back to the screen. So we'll go to the bottom of the 5th now with Columbia leading Cass 1-0. Well, on the wild pitch that went back to the screen, Columbia has taken a 1-0 lead over the Colonels as we go to the bottom half of the 5th. Cass will send Yoslin, Brown, and Gore, their 7, 8, and 9 hitters, to the plate to face Demetrius Jones, who has been a tough cookie to crack here for the Colonels thus far. First pitch missed outside for ball 1 to Alex Yoslin, the Colonels' left fielder. Yoslin struck out looking his first trip. Takes that one ball high. So the count's at 2-0 to Alex Yoslin. And he swings and misses at a fastball. So the count's gone to 2-1. 1 run, 3 hits for Columbia. No runs on 1 hit for the Colonels. Next one missed low. So our count's at 3-1 as Yoslin leads things off here in the 5th. Popped it straight up. Catcher Taylor is there. First baseman comes across and makes the catch, Xavier Floyd, for the first out. So the first baseman called off the catcher Taylor there, and wisely so, makes a good catch. And there's 1 out in the inning for the second baseman, Matt Brown. Brown doubled to left center field his first at bat. That's the only Colonel's hit. Takes the ball outside, and Jones kicks and fires, and Brown swings and misses. So the count's at 1-1. And that one missed way outside. We're in the bottom of the fifth. Cass baseball in the playoffs for 2013, presented by Mountain Dew. Slow curveball is a called strike. So a 2-2 pitch now from Demetrius Jones. Another slow curveball dribbled out toward the first base side. The pitcher Jones fields it, flips on to first to Xavier Floyd for the second out of the inning. So now 2 outs in the inning, and it's the number 9 hitter in the order, Austin Gore, playing right field tonight here in Game 1. Had a sacrifice bunt his first time up after Brown had doubled. Gore sack bunted him over to third, and the Colonel stranded him there with 1 out. First pitch to Gore, miss low. So Jones winds and delivers, and Gore hit it on the ground, but foul past third. Game 2 will follow approximately 25-30 minutes after Game 1. We're in the bottom of the fifth. Colonels trailing Columbia 1-0. Demetrius Jones thus far with a 1-hit shutout. He bounced that one up there. Wind still whipping around out there. Temperatures in the upper 50s on an overcast night. Next ball hit on the ground out toward third, and that's a base hit as it took a really bad hop and scooted underneath the glove of Atterbury for the Colonel's second base hit of the game. So really kind of a tough break there for Atterbury, but a good break for the Colonels. It brings up center fielder and leadoff hitter here in Game 1, Chris Morton. 0 for 2 with a couple of ground outs to short. 2 outs in the inning, but the Colonels do have a base runner now as Gore takes his lead. And the pitch gets by the catcher, and Taylor retrieves it, but Gore's going to make his way down to second on the wild pitch. So now the Colonels have a runner in scoring position in Austin Gore, as Morton steps back in, and the 1-0 pitch is hit over first base but foul into the right field corner. So they'll retrieve the baseball, and everyone will make their way back to their stations. Gore was rounding third as the Eagles were chasing that one, and it was just foul down the right field line. So here we go again. Now a 1-1 pitch. 2 outs in the inning. Gore takes his lead from second, and Morton digs in to face Jones, who is not going to deliver to the plate. He steps back to take a look at Gore. Sam Ayers waits on deck if Morton could reach. Slow curveball, missed inside or high. Kind of tough to tell from here. Count it 2-1 now to the Cass center fielder. Next one is high again. So now Jones, who is only at 65 pitches in the contest, will deliver a 3-1 pitch to Morton, and he lined it right at the center fielder again. No, it's in for a hit. Gore's going to hold up at third. Flowers deked me because he looked like he had it all the way, and then it fell in front of him. So with 2 outs, it couldn't have fooled Gore, who would have been off and running on the play, but it looked like Flowers was just going to make a routine catch, and then it fell in front of him. So Chris Morton delivers with a 2-out single, and the Colonels have runners at first and third now with 2 outs for senior shortstop Sam Ayers. So Ayers gets his second chance now with a runner in scoring position. But both have come with 2 outs. And this one missed high for ball 1. If Ayers could reach, first baseman Chaz Wilson waits on deck. Gore leads from third. Morton leads from first. The delivery to Ayers missed high. Throw down to second is not in time. Morton still second. So now there's 2 runners in scoring position. And, folks, that was close from here. But Morton slid on the outside edge of the bag, and the throw was to the home plate side of the bag. So Morton slides in there safely, and now a 2-0 pitch to Ayers with runners at second and third. Working from the windup is Jones, and Ayers popped it back over the screen. Foul. So both teams now with 3 hits in the contest, but Columbia has the lone run. And here's the pitch, missed outside. And the count's at 3-1. Three-1 delivery upcoming to Sam Ayers. And he missed outside. There's ball 4. So that'll bring up first baseman Chaz Wilson, still with 2 outs. And now we're going to get a visit to the mound by the pitching coach of the Eagles. And Coach Adam Williams will take advantage of that to have a chat with his first baseman, Chaz Wilson. We're in the bottom of the 5th. The Colonels have loaded the bases. They trail by a run, 1-0. Demetrius Jones has been excellent thus far, and this is really only the second threat the Colonels have had, and the first one came with only 1 out in the inning, this time with 2 outs. So Chaz Wilson, Colonel's senior first baseman, digs in to face Jones. And he takes a strike at the knees. So Gore leads from third, Morton from second, Ayers is now at first. 2 outs in the inning, and the 0-1 pitch missed outside. Wilson digs back in. Slow curveball, and he hit it in the air towards center field, and it's going to be in for a hit. And here comes Morton toward the plate. The throw is up the line. Now they've got Ayers hung up between second and third. 2 runs are in, and they missed Ayers, and now they call him out on the tag. But Chaz Wilson delivers with a 2-out, 2-run scoring single, and now they're going to see if the other – I'm not sure what the discussion is about, but 2 runs did score on the play, and the Colonels have taken a 2-1 lead now on that base hit. Ayers overran second, and they got hung up between second and third. On the relay, they make the tag down at third to end the inning. But the Colonels come up with a couple of runs and will go to the 6th. Cass now leading it 2-1.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly bit higher. I'll be up a bit away, 'cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up a bit away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
We go to the top of the 6th inning. Cass playoff baseball presented by Mountain Dew. Chaz Wilson with a big bases loaded with 2 outs single that drove in Gore and Morton. Only the 4th hit of the day for the Colonels, but they have now taken a 2-1 lead for their ace pitcher, Dylan Williams, as we go to the 6th. But the Eagles are at the top of their order. They'll send Belcher, Atterbury, and Nash to the plate to face Dylan Williams here in the 6th. First pitch hit up in the air. Sam Ayers chasing it back there, and he makes the over-the-shoulder catch for out number 1. So a really nice play there. We've seen some good defensive plays in this one. A really good play there by Ayers with the over-the-shoulder catch for out number 1 here in the 6th. Brings up Jalen Atterbury, the third baseman. First pitch missed for a ball. Next one just low. So the count has gone to 2-0. Atterbury with a strikeout and a ground out. Williams missed high. So possibly for the first time in this game, Williams has gone 3-0 to a Columbia hitter. Next one is high again. There's ball 4. So that's the first walk issued by Dylan Williams. And he did it on 4 straight. So it brings up Trent Nash, who entered the series hitting .344. He's 0 for 2 in this one, so that's dropped a bit. He struck out looking and grounded out to third. Williams is going to check on the runner Atterbury, but he's back easily. Throws over again. Wilson tried to bluff him as though the ball got away, but Atterbury had none of that. Now the pitch. Hitter squares, and the umpire was moving. I don't know if he could see it or not. So it's called a ball because everybody at the plate bailed out on it. Now the count's at 1-0. Runner takes off again. Ball is bunted up toward first. Fielded there by Wilson. Flip to first. Got him. Here's the play at the plate, and he's in there safely on the sacrifice. So the sacrifice play works to perfection for the Eagles as the runner, Atterbury, who took off on the play, basically had second stolen, never stopped running on the fielding play. They retired the batter at first, but Atterbury comes all the way around to score and tie the game at 2. Curveball from Williams stayed high, so the count has gone to 1-1. So the speed of Columbia gets the Colonels there. 2 outs in the inning. That one's fouled back over the screen. Slow curveball now from Williams, missed high. So our count's at 2-2. Williams working really quickly. And that one missed inside for ball 3. So we're tied at 2 on a unique play by the base runner Atterbury, who was off and running to steal second. The bunt was laid down. There is ball 4. Missed outside. Atterbury off and running on the sacrifice play, and when the bunt was laid down, he was almost at second base. He just never stopped running. Rounded third as the Colonels retired the batter at first. And then the throw to the plate on a bang-bang play, Atterbury's able to slide in safely. And the Eagles tie it at 2 apiece on a walk and a sacrifice bunt. And now another walk to Floyd, and we get a pinch runner down at first. Okay, the pinch runner is Ringer. I'm sorry, pinch hitter. We'll get that corrected in just a moment. First pitch to Ringer is in there for a strike. Next one, swung on and missed for strike 2. So now an 0-2 pitch due to Ringer. And it's right through there for strike 3, and that will end the inning. So the runner was moving on the play, but it did not matter as there's a strikeout to end the inning. But the Columbia Eagles, using their speed, have tied this one at 2-2 as we go to the bottom of the 6th. We're headed to the bottom of the 6th. Demetrius Jones, who has gone all the way for the Eagles, still out there on the mound for Columbia as we go to the bottom half of the 6th. Dylan Williams will lead things off for the Colonels, followed by Sam Russell and Hunter Southern here in the Cass half of the 6th inning. We're tied at 2. Game 1 of a doubleheader tonight. First 2 games in the Quad A first round. First pitch to Williams, missed outside. There's ball 1. Next one to Williams, missed outside again and low. So we have a 2-0 pitch coming up to the Cass pitcher. And he hit it on the ground out towards second. Fielded there, throws over to first in time, and there's the first out of the inning. That'll bring up the Cass catcher, Sam Russell, looking for his first hit of the night. Flied out to right field his first trip and then reached on a fielder's choice in his second at bat. Lines that one back up the middle, in there for a base hit. So that's the Colonel's 5th hit of the game. The line drive into center field. And Sam Russell reaches. He'll now have a courtesy runner come in for him. That's Caleb Black. So Caleb Black will run for the catcher down at first. Hunter Southern, the third baseman for the Colonels, steps in with one out. Throw over to first to chase back Black. But he dives back in safely. We're in the bottom of the sixth, tied at 2, Cass and Columbia in game 1. Fastball strike over the outside corner. Alex Yoslin, the Cass left fielder, waits on deck. Black takes his lead, and he's off and running, and the ball is popped over the first base dugout, foul. And that one got a vehicle parked in a bad place next to a baseball field. Landed right in the middle of the hood of a vehicle over there. So now an 0-2 pitch due to Hunter Southern with one out. Caleb Black taking his lead at first. Fastball. They ask for help, and they say no, he did not swing. To the dismay of the Columbia spectators. Nice crowd on hand here for this playoff series. Doubleheader to open it up. On a windy evening, throw over to first, chases Black back again. Jones steps back off the rubber, I guess to tie his shoe, it appears. Columbia has scored single runs in the 5th and 6th innings. Cass with 2 runs in the 5th. They were trailing it 1-0. They went ahead briefly 2-1, but then Columbia just tied it in the top of the 6th. Jones looks in, bounced it up there. Ball 2. So now our home plate umpire will clean the dish. Cass 2 runs on 5 hits. Columbia 2 runs on 3 hits. They committed the only error in the game. Southern steps back in to face Jones, and a 2-2 pitch is lined into right field for a hit. Black rounding second, but now the ball got by the right fielder. Here comes Caleb Black. He's going to round third and it will score. Hunter Southern is going to make it all the way to third with a base hit and a 2-base error. So it's a hit by Southern, and then the error allows him to go all the way to third and the run to score. And the Colonels are reminded to stay in their dugout. They were out to celebrate with Black, who came all the way around to score. But the home plate umpire quickly reminds them that they must stay in the dugout on that type play. And now we're going to get a visit to the mound by head coach Steve Dennis of Columbia, and that'll give me a second to get that play scored here. It was a line drive single into right field, but when Ringer came in charging it to field the play, he missed it. And it went under his glove, allowing Caleb Black, the courtesy runner for Sam Russell, to come all the way around and score. And it also allowed Southern to go all the way around to third on the same error. So let's see if I can't get that corrected again. I put that in the wrong way. Bear with me, folks, while they have the meeting on the mound. I'll get this situated here. So now the Colonels with a runner at third, and Yoslin stepping in, takes a strike at the knees. Cass has taken a 3-2 lead on a big error by the Columbia right fielder. who was trying to make an aggressive play. It looked like Caleb Black was going to round second and maybe try for third, so the right fielder may have taken a peek, and when he did, the ball went under his glove. That one's popped up in foul territory. First baseman Floyd chasing it over near the Colonel's dugout, but it's over the dugout out of play for 2 strikes. So a huge hit there by Hunter Southern. And then the error allowed the Colonels to take a 3-2 lead here in the bottom of the 6th. Jones bounced it up there, blocked by the catcher Taylor back out in front. So our count has gone to 2-2. Hunter Southern takes his lead down at third. Still only 1 out in the inning as Yoslin digs back in. And here's the 2-2 pitch. Bounced again. Gets away from the catcher, but not very far. And he's able to recover. Southern never even broke toward home. It did not get very far away. So the count's gone full now to the Colonel's left fielder. The wind and delivery by Jones is lined back up the middle. In there for a hit and a big insurance run. The Colonels have gone up 4-2. Big hit by Yoslin to drive in an insurance run here in the bottom of the 6th. And still only 1 out in the inning as Matt Brown makes his way to the plate. And Brown 1 for 2 on the night. He already had a big double to lead off an inning. Hit it all the way to the left center field wall at about the 350 mark for a stand-up double. But he was stranded at third after a sacrifice and a couple of ground outs. First pitch, hit on the ground out toward third, fielded on the seat of his pants onto second, over to first, but it gets away on the throw. Ball stays in play with the screen. There's an out at second, but 2 outs in the inning. So on the fielder's choice, Brown reaches. There's no error on the play except to allow Brown to make it to second. So there will be a fielder's choice allowing Brown to reach, and then the error allows Brown to make it over to second. So on the ground ball, we get an out at second. But then Brown makes it up to second on the error. Throwing error by the second baseman. First pitch to Gore, who's in there, is a ball. 4-2 Colonels. Ground ball hit out toward third, but just foul. Fielded out there by Atterbury, but just in foul territory, so Gore will make his way back to the right-handed batter's box. Cass Sr. playing right field this evening in Game 1. Steps in to face Demetrius Jones, who's gone all the way for the Eagles. Slow breaking ball stayed high. So the count's at 2-1. 2 outs in the inning. The next one swung on and missed by Gore for strike number 2. Cass with 7 hits in this one. They lead it 4-2. 2 outs in the inning. They have a runner, Brown, down at second. Moved up on that throwing error. And that one missed low and away. Columbia side of the stands didn't think so. So the count has gone full to Austin Gore. And Jones takes his sign, comes set, delivers, and Gore hit it high in the air out toward left field. Peterson making his way over into foul territory, makes the catch. And there's out number 3. But the Colonels come up with a couple of big runs in their half of the 6th. And they'll send Dylan Williams back to the mound for the top of the 7th, leading it 4-2.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
So Columbia with a couple of big errors in that half inning. One that really was costly. Allowed the Colonels to take a 1-run lead, and then the Colonels added another insurance run. They lead it now 4-2 as we go to the top of the 7th. Dylan Williams, who's gone all the way, returns to the mound for the Colonels here in the 7th. He struck out 10 and walked 2 through the first 6 innings. Columbia with single runs in the 5th and 6th. Cass with 2 runs in the 5th and 6th. We go to the 7th. Columbia sends their 6, 7, and 8 hitters to the plate to face Dylan Williams. This is Peterson, the left fielder. Curveball from Williams, missed low. Next pitch from Williams is low again. (2-0) swung on and missed for strike number 1. Williams always working quickly. Fires a strike right at the knees. So the count even at 2-2 to the Eagles left fielder. And there's another one. Fastball off the hands, fouled up near the Cass dugout. So we'll get another 2-2 pitch to Harold Peterson. Williams winds and delivers, and it's hit in the air out toward right field, drifting toward foul territory, and falls harmlessly for a foul ball. Peterson struck out in his first at-bat and had a sacrifice bunt in his second plate appearance. So the wind and delivery from Williams on the 2-2 pitch, up and in under the chin for ball 3. So the count has gone full now. And there's strike 3, swinging. And that's a big first out to start the 7th for the Colonels. So that'll bring up Travis Taylor, the catcher. Taylor struck out swinging and popped out in foul territory in 2 trips. Swings and misses at a high fastball. Williams ahead, 0-1. Curveball from Williams, missed outside. So our count's at 1-1. Williams again, as we said, working quickly. Fastball right through there, swung on and missed by Taylor. So the count's at 1-2. Williams winding again, and that one's fouled straight back against the screen. So we'll see another 1-2 pitch to the Columbia catcher. Foul ball retrieved and returned to our umpire. We get time at the plate. Williams already into his wind. Curveball that just missed outside. Ball 2. 2-2 pitch from Williams, stayed low, and Williams really wanted that pitch. And the count has gone full. And that one missed high. Gets away from Sam Russell, but our runner will not be able to move any further. And that's ball 4. So the catcher, Taylor, is safe down at first with a walk. And that's going to bring on a visit from Cass pitching coach Kyle Clayton. Keyshawn Clark, the designated hitter, will be next following this visit to the mound. Cass senior pitcher, catcher Sam Russell, having a brief chat with Cass pitching coach Kyle Clayton. So that visit has concluded. And with one out in the inning, Keyshawn Clark will step in, 1 for 2 in this one. Grounded out to third and had an infield single over third. First pitch from Williams, fouled straight back to the screen for strike number 1. Cass leading it 4-2. We're in the top of the 7th. Game 1 of a doubleheader tonight. Opening round of the Quad A state playoffs. Throw over to first to check on Taylor, but he's back easily. Williams working from the stretch, throws over again. Slap tag by Wilson, but Taylor's back in. And the 0-1 pitch popped back over the screen for strike number 2. So Dylan Williams, who's gone the distance, we're in the top of the 7th, looking in, taking his sign, and his 0-2 pitch is a curveball hit back toward Williams off his glove. It's going to be out there toward shortstop. Now the runner's going to break toward third, and he's going to make it easily. No one got to the ball. Sam Ayers had gone to cover second base. The ball was slapped by Williams in a backhand attempt, and it went where no one was residing. And Taylor, who made it to second on the infield hit, kept running and makes it safely to third. So now runners on the corners with one out. And we've got a pinch hitter for Columbia. The runner takes off and steals uncontested. Williams was looking at the runner at third, and the runner at first just took off and stole second without a pitch. So now the Eagles have their runners in scoring position with one out. Next pitch by Williams, high again. And the count's gone to 2-0. Columbia really utilizing their speed, putting pressure on the Cass defense all night long. Fastball strike at the knees. So the count here at 2-1. And that one missed low. And that one missed inside for ball 4. So the bases are loaded now. That is the go-ahead run that has made its way down to first base for the Eagles. First pitch to the leadoff hitter, Belcher, is in there for a strike. Breaking ball blooped out toward first, and that was dangerous, but this falls foul. So the count now has gone to 0-2. Atterbury waits on deck, the third baseman. But we're due an 0-2 pitch to William Belcher. Williams winds, delivers, and missed low for ball one. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Williams. Swung on and missed. There's out number two. So that'll bring up Jalen Atterbury with 2 outs. Cass defense at normal depth. Curveball from Williams, missed high. Ball hit on the ground out towards Sam Ayers. He fields it, throws across in time for the out, and the Colonels have won game one on a bang-bang play at first. A nice play by Ayers, throwing across to first on the stretch by Chaz Wilson. They retire Atterbury on a bang-bang play at first with the bases loaded, and the Colonels hang on, and I mean hang on, to win game one by a final score of 4-2. We'll be back to wrap things up from game one and start getting ready for game two right after this timeout.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up and away, 'cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up and away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
Okay, the good news, the Colonels hang on and win game one of their best-of-3 series with the Columbia Eagles in game one of this doubleheader by a final score of 4-2. Dylan Williams goes the entire 7 innings, gave up only 3 hits, 1 earned run. He struck out 12 in that one and had 4 walks. But the Colonels hang on after the Eagles loaded the bases in the top of the 7th, but then failed to score as Williams got out of it. A bang-bang play down at first on a ground ball to short. Columbia is really fast, folks, and they put a lot of pressure on every defensive play, as they did on that final play as well. And the Colonels got the benefit of the call on the really bang-bang play down at first for the 3rd out of the game, and more importantly, the 21st out of the game, as Cass hangs on and wins it by a final score of 4-2. Quick look at the box score. 2 hits by Keyshawn Clark of the Columbia Eagles to lead the way for them. Belcher had a double to lead off the game, and Jester had the other hit. So that's actually 4 hits for Columbia. Cass. Morton had a hit. Wilson had a 2 RBI hit. Matt Brown, Sam Russell, Hunter Southern, Alex Yoslin had a big hit with an RBI. Austin Gore had a hit in the contest as well as the Colonels hang on and win Game 1 of this series by a final score of 4-2. We're going to take a break in between games. We'll have a commercial break, and then there'll just be some video feed for you, and then we'll be back with Game 2 in about 20 to 25 minutes. So stay with us this evening. Cass wins Game 1 by a final score of 4-2.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up and away, cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up and away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
zone. Use of these products by players, coaches, students, and spectators is strictly prohibited. Also, the Georgia High School Athletic Association would like you to know that the GHSAs and its member schools have made a commitment to promote good sportsmanship by student athletes, coaches, and spectators at all GHSA sanctioned events. Profanity, degrading remarks, and intimidating actions directed at officials or competitors will not be tolerated and are grounds for removal from the event site. Spectators are not allowed to enter the competition area during warm-ups or while the contest is being conducted. Thank you for your cooperation and the promotion of good sportsmanship in today's event. The Cats Dugout Club would like to let everyone know that the concession stand is located behind home plate. The concession stand has an assortment of food, snacks, and beverages that satisfy your refreshment needs. Please help support the Cats High Baseball Dugout Club by visiting our concession stand throughout the day. Today's starting lineups. First, for the visiting Eagles of Columbia High School. Leading off, playing second, number 1, Will Belcher. Batting second. All right, let's go, everybody up! Let's go! Number 10, Jalen Atterbury. Batting third, playing shortstop, number 2, Trent Nash. Hitting cleanup, playing first, number 25, Xavier Floyd.
Okay, back at the Cass High School Athletic Complex. We are just about ready for Game 2. Our umpires have already met with our coaching staff. For each team, they've exchanged their lineup cards. We've been frantically running around here trying to get lineups entered for you. We're going to take a short timeout, and then we'll be back to give you those lineups and get started with Game 2 right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Okay, back at the Cass High School Athletic Complex, we're just about ready to get started with Game 2. Let's very quickly give you how both teams will line up defensively. Of course, Columbia will be the home team now in Game 2. They will line up very similar to how they did last game. In the outfield, they'll go with Harold Peterson in left, Tyler Flowers in center, Keyshawn Clark in right. In the infield, Xavier Floyd at first, William Belcher at second, Trent Nash at short, Demetrius Jones, who was the Game 1 pitcher, will be at third base. Travis Taylor will be behind the plate, and Jalen Atterbury, we'll give you some details on him in just a few minutes. He will be on the mound here for Columbia in Game 2. We'll look at how the Colonels will line up now defensively. We'll go through the order as we get a chance. Brandon Etheridge will be on the mound for the Colonels. Sam Russell will be behind the plate once again. Dylan Williams at first, Matt Brown at second. Sam Ayers will be at shortstop. Hunter Southern at third. In the outfield, they'll go with Alex Yoslin in left, Chris Morton in center, and Austin Gore in right. Chaz Wilson will be the designated hitter here in Game 2. So Atterbury out on the mound taking his warm-up pitches to get things started here. 24 innings pitched on the year. This is his 7th appearance. He has a 3-1 record with 1 save. He's given up 8 earned runs on the year, 17 walks, 36 strikeouts, a 2.33 ERA, and a batting average against him of only .229. The Colonels lineup, they will go with Etheridge, Ayers, and Wilson in the top 3 spots. Dylan Williams will hit in the cleanup spot. Sam Russell in the 5 spot. Hunter Southern batting 6th. Alex Yoslin will bat 7th. Matt Brown will hit 8th. And Chris Morton will bat 9th out in center field. So we're just about ready to get started here. Our home plate umpire making his way out to provide some kind of information for Coach Steve Dennis of the Eagles. Coach Adam Williams having a conversation down at third with the third base umpire. So both teams have taken a brief break here, and we're just about ready for Game 2. Cass leading the series now 1-0, winning that first game by a final score of 4-2 on a blustery evening at the Cass High School Athletic Complex. Temperatures in the upper 50s, high winds, breezy conditions, overcast night. Brandon Etheridge, who's back from that 2-game suspension, will lead things off for the Colonels here, as Cass will be the visitors now in Game 2. The first pitch is a ball to the junior pitcher here in Game 2. Atterbury hits him on the second pitch. So Brandon Etheridge is going to make his way down to first, and my software just shut down. So let's hope that did not lose my entire contest there. It looks like we're okay. First pitch, Etheridge is off and running, slides past the bag, and now he's going to be tagged out. So he had the base stolen, missed, had to avoid the tag, and when he avoided the tag, he slid too far, and they tagged him out. So Etheridge hit by the pitch. The first pitch to Ayers was a ball. Etheridge is caught stealing on the play on the overslide. So although Etheridge led off with a hit by pitch, he's erased on the caught stealing. And meanwhile, the count has gone 2-0 on Sam Ayers. Next pitch, down and away. So a hit batsman and now a 3-0 count to Sam Ayers. But 1 out in the inning on the caught stealing. Next pitch to Ayers is high for ball 4. So that will bring up this game's designated hitter, Chaz Wilson. Chaz with a big 2 RBI single in the 6th inning for the Colonels, or rather in the 5th inning. They gave Cass their first lead, 2-1. Wilson digs in to face Atterbury, and the first pitch misses for a ball. So we've yet to see a strike from Atterbury. A hit, a ball, a hit batsman, then 4 straight balls to Ayers, now a ball to Wilson. And the 1-0 pitch is hit out toward right field in the air, and it's going to be caught there by the right fielder Clark for the 2nd out of the inning. So Wilson on the fly out to right field, and that'll bring up Dylan Williams, Game 1's pitching winner, as the Colonels prevailed in Game 1 4-2. Williams went 7 innings and struck out 12. Sam Ayers taking his lead, now takes off running, throw down to second, bounces, and it goes into center field, but Ayers won't be able to advance. And now he gets tangled up with the shortstop. And that was a little bit of too touchy-feely down there at second base. It was actually the second baseman, Belcher, and Ayers that got tangled up. But Ayers still second base. And he's in there safely and in scoring position now with 2 outs for Dylan Williams. Next pitch to Williams, hit into right field. Ayers rounding third. Clark comes up with it. Here comes the throw to the plate. They don't even try to get Ayers. It's cut off really by the catcher, and they count the run. They counted the run at the plate, but Williams is tagged out trying to advance to second on the play. The catcher, Taylor, might have had a play at the plate, but instead he stepped forward, cut it off, and threw out Williams at second, but not until after Sam Ayers had scored the game's first run here in the top of the first. But the third out is recorded down at second base on the play. We'll go to the bottom of the first now. Cass with 1 run, Columbia coming to bat. There. Is that the only hit? Okay, we move to the bottom half of the first inning. Cass, the visiting team now, even though we are at Cass High School's athletic complex for Game 2 of the opening doubleheader in this best-of-3 series. Cass, the home team in Game 1. Columbia will be the home game here in Game 2, and if there is a third game, they would toss a coin to determine the home team in Game 3. Cass with 1 hit in the inning. The hit by Williams that drove in Ayers. And they lead it here 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the first. First pitch is hit on the ground out there to Brandon Etheridge. He fields it and will take the play himself over to first. And there's 1 pitch and quickly 1 out here in the bottom of the first. So that brings up Jalen Atterbury, who is the pitcher here in Game 2. First pitch from Etheridge, missed high for a ball. Next one from Etheridge, hit high in the air out toward right field. Austin Gore is underneath it, makes the catch, and there is out number 2. So 2 quick outs for Brandon Etheridge here in the bottom of the first. And it brings up the shortstop, Trent Nash. Curveball from Etheridge, called a strike. Another curveball hit on the ground and into left field. There's a base hit. So Trent Nash gets the first Columbia hit of Game 2. Each team with a base knock now. And that will bring up Xavier Floyd, the Eagles' first baseman. Curveball from Etheridge, and it's right off the glove of Sam Russell and goes all the way back to the screen. So it was a high breaking ball, but hit Sam Russell's glove and then ricocheted all the way back to the screen. So the count's at 1-0. Etheridge wheels and deals. And they're going to award him first base. They say it hit him. So it didn't appear that Floyd thought he was hit, but the umpire awarded him first base. Or maybe he was just reacting to how close that pitch was to catching him solidly. So we've already had a couple of hit batsmen in here in Game 2. 2 outs in the inning now for Keyshawn Clark. Playing right field in this one. Next pitch to Clark, missed outside, so the count now at 2-0. Brandon Etheridge, the Game 2 starter for the Colonels, working from the stretch. And his pitch is swung on and missed, a high fastball. Clark swung right through it. Two-one delivery from Etheridge won't be made. He chases the runner Nash back to second. And now the 2-1 is popped up in the air, but over the screen, out into the parking lot that's adjacent to the field here. So the count now at 2-2 to the Eagles' right fielder. Swung on and missed. There's strike 3. And the Colonels and Brandon Etheridge are out of the first inning. The Eagles strand a runner down at second. They had one hit in the inning. We've now played one inning, and Cass leads Columbia in Game 2 by a score of 1-0. Okay, we'll go to the top half of the second inning. Cass, the visiting team in this one, in case you just joined us. The way GHSA aligns these series, although Cass will host all games in this first round series, they are the visiting team and bat first in the Game 2. All host teams do that. So Cass hitting here as we go to the top of the second. They'll send Sam Russell, Hunter Southern, and Alex Yoslin to the plate to face Jalen Atterbury, Game 2 starter for Columbia, who missed high with a ball and looked down at the rubber. He did not like the way his cleats felt on that pitch against the Cass pitching rubber. Working from the windup, his next pitch is fouled back to the screen. Sam Russell entered the series with a .308 batting average and 11 RBI. Stands in to face the 1-1 pitch. and it bounced up there and off everybody's gear, the catcher and home plate umpire included, for ball number 2. Occasionally, I am sure you can hear the wind just whipping around on our field mic down there. We try to keep that mic open so you can hear the action down on the field. But occasionally, when that wind whips through, all you hear is the roar of the wind. Russell digs back in, and the 2-1 pitch is a called strike at the knees. Hunter Southern, the Cass third baseman, waits on deck. And now a 2-2 pitch to Sam Russell is hit on the ground, back to the pitcher, Atterbury. He flips on to first to Floyd, and there's out number 1. One out in the inning, and third baseman Hunter Southern will step to the plate. Cass with a run in the top of the first. They lead it 1-0 as they bat here in the top of the second. First pitch is a called strike over the outside edge. Oh, 1 pitch swung on and missed for strike 2. Atterbury also working quickly, missed outside, and the count's at 1-2. One-two delivery. Curveball stayed inside. Columbia fans wanted to strike, but the breaking pitch stayed inside. And now Atterbury steps back off the rubber as the wind really is whipping across the field. Looks in for his sign, and now the 2-2 delivery is hit out toward the right side but foul. So the count will remain 2-2. GHSA Class Quad A first round of the state playoffs. Cass Baseball on PlayOnSports.com, presented by Mountain Dew. Next pitch is lined back up the middle. There's a base hit for Hunter Southern. So a base hit by Southern with 1 out. He stands down at first as left fielder Alex Yoslin strides to the plate. Yoslin had an RBI hit in the first game, as I recall. Atterbury now working from the stretch, missed down and away. Ball 1. Hunter Southern taking a generous lead down at first. And the pitch to the plate missed high. Ball 2. Two-0 delivery is a called strike over the outside edge. Notable alumni from Columbia High School, Gwen Torrance, who ran in the 92 and 96 Summer Olympics, track star. And there's a called strike. And also actor and comedian Chris Tucker went to Columbia High School. Two-two delivery from the set position from Jalen Atterbury will be made, but Yoslin had asked for time, as Atterbury took quite a while before delivering that pitch. So we'll try again with the 2-2 offering. Southern taking his lead at first, And the pitch to the plate missed outside for ball 3. So the count now full, 1 out, 1 on. Runner down at first is Hunter Southern, who just singled into center field. And the next pitch missed high, so Yoslin draws a walk with 1 out. And the Colonels will have runners at first and second. We mentioned in the pregame, Columbia won the girls' Quad A state basketball championship this year, and their boys lost in the state finals to Eagles Landing. They had previously won 3 straight state championships in AAA before moving up this year to Quad A, and made the finals this year. Brings up Matt Brown, second baseman for the Colonels, with 1 out. And he takes a pitch down and inside for a ball. 1 out in the inning. Runners at first and second for the Colonels. Southern leads from second. Yoslin from first. And the pitch is low and outside to Matt Brown for ball 2. Jalen Atterbury, starting pitcher in game 2 now, comes set and delivers a strike at the letters. Atterbury, third on the club for Columbia in innings pitched this season. There's another called strike over the outside edge. So the count now even at 2-2. Atterbury comes set. And Brown swings and misses for strike 3 in the second out of the inning. So that's the first strikeout for Atterbury. He's yielded a couple of walks. Or actually 1 walk and a hit batsman. Okay. It is 2 walks and a hit batsman. First pitch to Morton, hitting in the 9 spot in this game. He was the leadoff hitter in game 1 with Etheridge out of the lineup. Now he's back to his normal number 9 spot, takes a ball outside. Catcher Taylor blocked it up. And that one sailed high for ball 2. Southern still leads from second. Yoslin's at first. And we have a 2-0 pitch due to Chris Morton. 2 outs in the inning. And it bounced up there again for ball 3. Brandon Etheridge, game 2's starting pitcher and leadoff hitter, waits on deck. Wind still whipping around at about 15 miles per hour, they tell me. There's ball 4. So the bases now will be loaded for Brandon Etheridge. Etheridge enters the series hitting .393 on the year with 15 RBI. He scored 32 runs to lead the team in runs scored, and he's hitting .407 with runners in scoring position. It would be a great spot to add to that average here. Bases full of Colonels. There are 2 outs in the inning. We're in the top of the second. Cass with a 1-0 lead. And Atterbury's pitch to Etheridge is hit back up the middle. Ground ball. It's into center field. 1 runs in. Here comes the second runner toward the plate. It's going to be cut off. They throw to third and not in time. And Etheridge drives home 2 runs. Cass is ahead 3-0. So on the first pitch, Brandon Etheridge hits it right back through the middle with a 2-run single that scores Southern and Yoslin. Morton moved up to third on the play as well, and then Etheridge took second on the throw. Brings up Sam Ayers. Still 2 outs in the inning. Cass has taken a 3-0 advantage. We're still early. Swung on and missed by Ayers. If Ayers could reach, designated hitter here in game 2, Chaz Wilson waits on deck. Fastball called a strike over the outside edge. So Ayers finds himself in a 1-2 hole to Jalen Atterbury with 2 outs. Next one swung on and missed. And now he'll make his way toward first. The throws down there on the drop third strike retires Ayers. And there's out number 3. So that will be the third out of the frame. But the Colonels come up with 2 runs in the inning. And we'll now go to the bottom of the second with Cass leading Columbia here in game 2 by a score of 3-0.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up and away, cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up and away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
Brandon Etheridge makes his way back out to the mound after delivering with a 2 RBI single to give himself and the Colonels a 3-0 lead as we move to the bottom of the second. Again, in case you're just joining us, Cass won game 1, 4-2. They are the visiting team now here in game 2. Etheridge takes his final warm-up toss. Shakes hands with his first baseman, senior Dylan Williams, and now will toe the rubber to face Harold Peterson, the left fielder, hitting in the 6th spot. First pitch from Etheridge missed high. And the next one right through there is called strike at the knees. One pitch bounced up there for ball 2. And the next one is a called strike about waist high over the outside corner. So there are counts at 2-2. You better not blink because the next pitch is coming. Cass pitchers working very quickly. Breaking balls fouled back against the screen. Harold Peterson entered the series with a .317 batting average and 12 RBI. 2-2 pitch from Etheridge. Hit in the air out into right field. There's a base hit. So Gore gets it back into the infield, but it's a clean base hit into the right field area. And that's now the second hit for Columbia. First pitch from Etheridge, missed inside. Etheridge now working from the stretch as Peterson takes his lead, and that one's a ball as well. Peterson opened the inning with a single to right, taking his lead at first, and there's a called strike at the knees. Etheridge steps back off the rubber, looking Peterson back. And now the 2-1 pitch hit on the ground to Hunter Southern. Throws to second for one. On to first. Williams digs it out, but not in time to retire the batter. So they only get one out off that play on the fielder's choice. So Southern to Brown to retire Peterson at second, but Taylor reaches, and that will bring up Demetrius Jones, the third baseman, and the Game 1 pitching loser for the Eagles. Jones with a .239 batting average, one of the few averages on this lineup card that's not at least in the 300s or 400s. They have some hefty batting averages. Etheridge throws over to first to chase back Taylor, and he's back in easily. Etheridge set now. Throws to the plate. Runners moving on the play, and Sam Russell couldn't handle the pitch. Looked like it might have bounced in front of him, but the base was stolen anyway. So Taylor swipes second and is in scoring position now for Demetrius Jones. Another pitch that missed outside. So a 2-0 count now. And took a little off on that one and caught the outside corner for a called strike. Next one is in there for a strike as well. So now a 2-2 pitch. And it's popped up. Who's going to get it? 3 players chase it. Dylan Williams calls for it, and the first baseman takes it and then flipped it back toward Etheridge and missed him. But Matt Brown is there to avoid disaster, and he gets it back to Etheridge. So that's the second out in the inning on the foul ball pop-up. Caught in foul territory over there by Dylan Williams. 2 outs in the inning. Etheridge chases back Taylor again. And it brings up Jamal Devine, who takes a strike. Devine hitting in the 9 spot. He was a late entry late in the game in Game 1. Next pitch, foul tipped into the mitt of Sam Russell for strike 2. So Etheridge looks in, and his 0-2 pitch to Devine. Curveball and a beauty, called strike 3. So Columbia strands a runner down at second. They had 1 hit in the inning. We've now played 2 complete, and the Colonels lead the Eagles 3-0. Okay, Cass, the visiting team here in Game 2. They will bat now in the top of the third. They will send 3, 4, and 5, Chaz Wilson, Dylan Williams, and Sam Russell to the plate to face Jalen Atterbury here in the top of the third. Cass leads it 3-0. In case you just joined us, they won Game 1 4-2 behind a 12 strikeout performance by Dylan Williams. Chaz Wilson steps in, takes a curveball low. Winds whipping around here tonight on a blustery evening. And Wilson hits it back up the middle. Backhand play by the second baseman. Long throw to first in time. And there's out number one. So a nice play by Belcher on the backhand. And a good scoop by Floyd at first for the first out of the top of the third. Brings up first baseman Dylan Williams. Williams singled to right field. His first time. Atterbury winds and fires. Strike at the fastball strike at the belt. We'll get it right in a minute. 0-1. No matter how you describe it. Next one missed low, so the count even at 1 apiece. 1-1 pitch to Williams is fouled off at the plate, back against the padding. Dylan Williams entered the series with a hefty .350 batting average on the year and 17 RBI. Takes the ball outside. So the count even at 2-2. To the big first baseman. Jalen Atterbury looks in and delivers, and Williams fouled it back over the screen. And the crowd reacts again as folks have parked very close to the field here, and not a good spot to park along that front line near the field. Next pitch to Williams, bounced up there for ball 3. You can hear the crowd react when a ball is fouled back toward those vehicles. And we had one to land right in the center of a hood of a vehicle in game 1. That one must have just missed a vehicle because you could hear the crowd on the near side react. So the count is at 3-2 to Dylan Williams. He steps back in to face Jalen Atterbury with one out in the inning, who delivers, and Williams bounced it right back to the pitcher, who reaches out and tags him for the second out of the inning. So a little chopper of a ground ball that went right back to Atterbury, and as he fielded it, he was running toward Williams, and he just reached out and tagged him for out number 2. Brings up catcher Sam Russell with 2 outs now in the top of the third. First pitch way outside for a ball. Russell digs back in, and Atterbury's 1-0 pitch is hit on the ground out between third and short. Backhand attempt by Nash. He couldn't make the play. That'll be an infield hit. That'll be an infield hit for the catcher. It was going to be a really tough play, even if he could have made it, to try to get Russell out at first. So the chopping ground ball between third and short results in a single for Russell, and now we'll get a courtesy runner for the catcher, Caleb Black. So the umpires have to take a moment to record the courtesy runner. And it brings up Hunter Southern, the third baseman, with 2 outs in the inning. Southern singled to center his first time. Cass now with 4 hits. They lead it 3-0. We're in the top of the third. First pitch to Southern missed high. GHSA Class Quad A baseball playoffs, first round, game 2 of this series, presented by Mountain Dew. Next pitch misses low. We want to thank our other sponsors, WYXC Radio and Liberty Tax Service, for helping bring us these games. Our local Pepsi distributor is our anchor sponsor with their Kickstart and Mountain Dew products. Quick throw over to first, but Black's back in there. You can hear that wind whipping around, I'm sure. About 15 to 18 miles per hour as we speak, with temperatures now in the upper 50s. Breezy, overcast evening. As the count now to Southern has gone to 3-0. Next one missed as well. There's ball 4. So Southern works a walk, and he'll make his way down to the bag at first, and it will bring up the left fielder, Alex Yoslin, and it will also bring a visit from head coach Steve Dennis of the Eagles. That's the 4th walk issued by Atterbury. So Cass leading here 3-0, 2 outs in the inning. They've got a couple of base runners now. And Coach Steve Dennis of the Eagles wants to talk to his pitcher, Atterbury. He's up to 57 pitches as we have 2 outs now here in the 3rd inning, top of the 3rd. Cass won game 1, 4-2. Trying to complete the sweep here, leading it 3-0 as they bat in the top of the 3rd. Cass, although hosting the visiting team here in game 2 of the series. Atterbury's trousers just flapping around in the breeze as he looks in for his sign and delivers a fastball strike to Alex Yoslin. Yoslin walked his first time. Next pitch. Here's a called strike. So Yoslin down in an 0-2 hole with 2 outs in the inning. Black leads from second, Southern from first, and the pitch to Yoslin missed outside. So a 1-2 offering now due to the Colonel's left fielder. It's a curveball, called strike 3. So the Colonels do have a hit in the inning. They strand 2 runners. We will go to the bottom of the 3rd with Cass leading Columbia 3-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Back at the Cass High School Athletic Complex, Brandon Etheridge, Game 2 starter, back out on the hill taking his warm-up tosses as we move to the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Cass 3 runs on 4 hits. Columbia 2 hits in this one. Cass scored a run in the top of the 1st and 2 more in the top of the 2nd. Failed to score in the top of the 3rd. Leadoff hitter Belcher back to the top of the order now for Columbia. First pitch from Etheridge. Missed high, I guess. Etheridge has been working quickly, and there's a called strike. Looks in for his sign, kicks and delivers. Breaking ball, swung on and missed for strike 2. 1-2 pitch now. Breaking ball just kind of punched out toward second base. Little soft pop-up that Matt Brown's underneath for out number 1. So Jalen Atterbury, the Eagles pitcher, will step to the plate with 1 out. Atterbury flied out to right his first time. Sees a curveball from Etheridge that he fouled back over the screen. Another breaking ball from Etheridge is a beauty, called strike. So he's quickly ahead 0-2 as Atterbury steps back in. Wind and delivery from Etheridge. Another breaking ball, swung on and missed. Had to be blocked by the catcher, Russell, and he throws him out at first to Dylan Williams on the inside of the bag, and there's out number 2. So a good play there by catcher Sam Russell. So Russell with a really good play to block that curveball, then recover and throw out the base runner who was trying to advance on the drop third strike. They retire Atterbury for the second out, and it brings up Trent Nash. Fastball right through there from Etheridge. Strike 1. Nash entered the series with a .344 average, and he's got another hit right there to go 2 for 2 in this one. So that young man can hit and has proven it here in this series. So he's on at first with 2 outs in the inning, and it brings up Xavier Floyd, the first baseman, with 2 outs. Etheridge now working from the stretch, throws a curveball that stayed high. Nash taking his lead down at first, and Etheridge missed high again. Columbia with a lot of team speed, and they've used it and put pressure on the Colonels, a lot of pressure in game 1 in several situations. Scored a run on a sacrifice bunt with a runner at first. And they may have picked him off, and they did. They just picked off Nash down at first. As he was taking his last stride for a big lead, Etheridge threw over there behind him, and Dylan Williams smacked the tag on him, and they picked off Nash for the third out of the inning. So a big play there to retire the Eagles in the bottom of the third. We've now played 3. The Colonels lead Columbia 3-0. Back at the Cass High School Athletic Complex, Cass will bat here in the top of the 4th. We've got a new, no, that's still Jalen Atterbury. I'm sorry, I misread the number. Atterbury, the starting pitcher, will return to the mound for the Eagles here in the 4th. Cass up 3-0. A run in the first, 2 in the second, in support of Brandon Etheridge, who has a couple of strikeouts and has scattered 3 hits thus far. Matt Brown, Chris Morton, and then the top of the order Etheridge here in the top of the 4th for the Colonels on a windy evening. First pitch to Brown, swung on and missed. Fastball about belt high that Brown swung right through. 0-1 pitch now from Atterbury, missed outside with a breaking ball. Atterbury, similar to the Cass pitchers, works pretty quickly. And they say that one missed inside. Pretty close with that one as well. We're in the top of the fourth. Cass leads it 3-0 in game 2. They won game 1 4-2. Fastball, high fastball to Brown. Fouled back over the screen. Count now at 2-2. Wind and delivery, fouled back to the screen. The next one's hit on the ground out toward first, and they're going to say it's a foul ball. First base umpire with his arms in the air calling a foul ball, and the Columbia crowd does not understand the call. So now head coach Steve Dennis is making his way out to ask what happened there as well. Matt Brown making his way back to pick up his bat to the plate. So the Columbia spectators questioning that call, as is their head coach Steve Dennis. So as it stands, we'll have the foul ball to stand, and Matt Brown will step back in to face Jalen Atterbury. With the count still at 2-2. Nobody out in the inning. Brown's back in there, and here's Atterbury's 2-2 pitch. Fouled over toward the Cass dugout sharply. So we'll see another 2-2 pitch. Atterbury delivers, and there's a swing and a miss, strike 3. So there's the first out in the fourth, as Brown is down on strikes, and it brings up number 9 hitter in the order for the Colonels, center fielder Chris Morton. Pitcher Brandon Etheridge waits on deck. Curveball, missed down and inside. Cass hitting in the top half of the fourth inning. They lead it 3-0. Next pitch from Jalen Atterbury, missed high. So our count's at 2-0 with 1 out in the inning. To the Colonels center fielder. Morton hitting just over 300 entering the series. Takes a strike at the knees over the outside corner. So the count now at 2-1. Atterbury winds and kicks, and there's a little ground ball tap down toward third, but now it trickles foul. And Chris Morton, who had run all the way through the bag down at first, will make his way back to the plate. Slow ground ball that trickled down the third baseline and then kicked foul. Fielded out there by Jones, but clearly in foul territory. And now Morton will dig back in to see a 2-2 pitch from Jalen Atterbury. It's a curveball. Pretty good one, but it was inside. Plenty of bite on that pitch. But now our count is full. So a 3-2 pitch to the sophomore center fielder is popped straight up in the air in foul territory over near the Columbia dugout and fielded there by Demetrius Jones for the second out of the inning. Catcher Taylor went diving at his feet. So a little miscommunication there, but Jones made the catch pretty easily. for the second out of the inning. So now 2 outs for Brandon Etheridge, who drove in a couple of runs his last time with a single to center. Looks at a curveball high. If Etheridge could reach, Sam Ayers waits on deck. Popped up in the air again in foul territory down behind third base, but no one can catch up with it as Peterson, Jones, and Nash, the left fielder, third baseman, and shortstop, all chased it down there. But it falls into the vast foul territory here at the Cass High field. And it's just a strike. Etheridge, as we mentioned earlier, hitting .393 coming into the series, so he's probably right at the 400 mark after that hit last inning. That one's called a strike at the letters. So now a 1-2 pitch. Missed low. Atterbury, as the Colonels bat here in the top of the fourth, already to 79 pitches. And a ground ball off the bat of Etheridge out toward first. They flip to the pitcher, Floyd, over to Atterbury to retire Etheridge, and that's the third out in the top of the fourth. So the Colonels fail to score in the fourth inning. Columbia will come to bat in the bottom half of the fourth, with Cass leading this one by a score of 3-0. Brandon Etheridge back out on the hill to do the Colonel's pitching duties here as we move to the bottom of the fourth. Takes his last warm-up toss. Long throw down by Sam Russell. And we're ready to start the bottom of the fourth. Xavier Floyd, who was at the plate when that pickoff play was made back in the third inning, will step back to the plate. .375 average on the year with 22 RBI. First pitch from Etheridge is a breaking ball called a strike. Etheridge winds and delivers another breaking ball hit right to Dylan Williams, who casually fields it, steps on the bag, and there's out number one. So pretty quickly there, one out in the inning. And it brings up Keyshawn Clark, the right fielder. 0 for 1. Clark, another one of the Columbia hitters with a healthy batting average, hitting .308 on the year, but only 3 RBI. Fouls the first pitch off. Clark struck out swinging his first time. Digs back in to face Brandon Etheridge. Fastball hit up in the air out there toward Austin Gore. He calls for it, makes the catch, and there's out number 2. So 2 quick outs for Brandon Etheridge on only 4 pitches. And it brings up Harold Peterson, the left fielder, who is another 300 hitter, 317 on the year coming into the series with 12 RBI. Had a hit his first time up, singling to right field. Fastball right through there. Good pitch by Brandon Etheridge. Next one from Etheridge stayed low. So the count evens at 1 apiece with 2 outs here in the inning. Harold Peterson at the plate. That one's hit up in the air out toward center field. Chris Morton's calling for it, and he makes the catch, and there's the 3rd out of the 4th inning. So the fly ball, couple of fly ball outs in the inning. Nothing doing for the Columbia Eagles in the bottom of the 4th. We will go to the top of the 5th with the Colonels leading Columbia 3-0.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up a bit away, cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up a bit away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
Class Quad A state playoffs, Cass High School baseball presented by Mountain Dew. The Colonels leading here in Game 2 of this series by a score of 3-0. They won Game 1 4-2 earlier this evening. Trying to complete the sweep against the Columbia Eagles. Cass with 3 runs on 4 hits. Columbia with 3 hits in the contest. Cass scored a run in the first, 2 in the second. They've been held scoreless in the 3rd and the 4th. They come to the plate here as the visiting team in Game 2 in the top of the 5th. They will send their 2, 3, and 4 hitters to the plate. Sam Ayers, Chaz Wilson, and Dylan Williams to face Jalen Atterbury, who started and has gone the distance here in Game 2. He's already at 80 pitches as we move to the top of the 5th. So here's Sam Ayers. Ayers walked his first time and then struck out his second time up. First pitch is a fastball strike at the knees over the outside corner. Atterbury continues to work quickly. Ayers squares, offers, and missed on the bunt attempt. So he's in an 0-2 hole now, facing Jalen Atterbury. Ayers takes a deep breath and now digs back in as the wind whips around again. And that curveball stayed inside. One-two offering now. Missed low for ball 2. So Ayers, who was behind quickly 0-2, has now worked the count back even at 2-2. And here's the 2-2 offering. And he hits it off his fist right at the shortstop, Nash, and there's out number 1. So right off the handle and a little soft line drive out to the shortstop for out number 1. It brings up the designated hitter here in Game 2, Chaz Wilson. Wilson 0 for 2 in this one. He had a hit in the first game that drove in a couple of runs. He's flied out to right and grounded out to second. First pitch to Wilson is popped up in foul ground over near the Cass dugout, and it's going to make its way to the top of the dugout for strike number 1. Dylan Williams, the first baseman, waits on deck. So the Cass DH here in Game 2. Played first base in the first game. Takes a curveball, strike over the inside corner. So he too, like Ayers, is in an 0-2 hole. Atterbury working quickly and efficiently. And he threw a fastball that Wilson hit on the nose out towards center field, and it's in there for a hit, and then missed by the center fielder, and Wilson is going to stand at second with a double. So the fifth hit for the Colonels in this one has Chaz Wilson standing down at second with one out in the inning, and it brings up Dylan Williams, the first baseman. Williams with a single to right field and grounded out to the pitcher. Fastball called a strike over the outside edge. So the center fielder, Flowers, tried to make the shoestring catch, missed it, and that allowed Wilson to make his way to second with one out in the inning. Next pitch to Williams, missed up and in. So the count is at 1-1 to the Colonels' first baseman. Digs in, and Jalen Atterbury, working from the stretch, throws a beauty of a curveball that Williams swung on and missed. So a 1-2 pitch now due to the Cass first baseman. And it's a fastball that Williams fouled away out into the parking lot again. And it was a line shot out into that area. So we'll see another 1-2 pitch to Dylan Williams. Atterbury comes set. Runner takes off on the pitch, and Chaz Wilson just stole third. So now Chaz Wilson, who timed up the pitcher very well and just stole third standing, stands at third now. And the 2-2 pitch due to Dylan Williams is hit off his hands up into the Cass spectator area. Foul over the screen. So we'll get another 2-2 pitch. Chaz Wilson, moving up 90 feet, has additional ways to score now if we could get a fly ball out of Williams. Or one that goes to the screen, but a great play there by Taylor to save a run as he blocked that pitch that bounced up there, and the count's gone full. So now a 3-2 pitch due to Dylan Williams, one out in the inning. And he swung and missed, strike three. So a big strikeout there by Atterbury to get the second out of the inning. Two down in the inning, and it will bring up Sam Russell, the catcher, as the wind howls again. Last we checked, 15 to 18 mile per hour winds whipping around here, and you can see that on Jalen Atterbury's pants and the back of his jersey as he winds and delivers. First pitch is a ball to Sam Russell. Wind is really whipping here. .10 pitch now will not be made as Atterbury stepped back off the rubber. .10 pitch to Russell, called strike over the outside corner. So the count now even, 1-1. Chaz Wilson taking his lead at third. Next pitch popped up in the air out toward right field. Clark is calling for it. Now comes breaking late, and he missed it, and a run's going to score. So tough wind out there. And with the wind blowing the way it is, I think we're going to score that a hit. The outfielder, Clark, came running in, looked like he had it, and then the wind just kept howling that thing forward, and he just never got there. So we'll do the generous home scoring here and give him a hit on the play to drive in Wilson. So another big two-out run for the Colonels. And that ball just kept drifting away from the outfielder, Keyshawn Clark. And he was unable to come up with it. Now Caleb Black will run as a courtesy runner for the catcher, Sam Russell, who just drove in Chaz Wilson. Ground ball to third now on the first pitch. Long throw across in time. And there is out number 3. But the Colonels come up with a big run in the inning. And they will lead it 4-0 now as we move to the bottom half of the 5th inning. We'll move to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Cass, the visiting team here in Game 2 of this series. They won Game 1 by a score of 4-2. Brandon Etheridge moves back to the mound to resume his pitching duties here in the bottom of the 5th. Cass leading it 4-0. As the Columbia Eagles send their 7, 8, and 9 hitters to the plate here. And the first pitch to the catcher, Taylor, is lined right back up the middle for a base hit. So there's a line drive single into center field, and it brings up Demetrius Jones, the third baseman. He was the Game 1 pitcher for the Eagles. Curveball from Etheridge in there for a strike. Taylor taking his lead down at first. Dylan Williams will hold him there. They throw across. They've already picked off one runner in this game. Taylor back in. Devine waits on deck, the designated hitter. Fastball tailed inside and was already high. So the count at 1-1. Etheridge working from the stretch. Curveball that stayed high for ball 2. Demetrius Jones popped out in foul territory, his first at bat. Sees another fastball that missed high, so Etheridge has fallen behind here, 3-1. To the number 8 hitter in the order, Demetrius Jones. Taylor taking his lead down at first, and Jones took ball 4. So the Eagles have a little something brewing here in the bottom of the 5th with 2 runners on to lead off the inning. Brings up the designated hitter, Jamal Devine, and he takes a strike at the knees. Devine, another one of those healthy batting averages, hitting .406 coming into the series with 13 RBI. Stands in here with 2 runners on and nobody out in the inning. Squares to bunts it right back out to Etheridge, who's going to fire to third, and in time to get the force play on the lead runner. Nice play by Etheridge, nice play by Hunter Southern over there to dig it out. And there's one out in the inning. So the bunt results in a fielder's choice as Etheridge comes up fielding it quickly, throws on to Southern at third to get the force play, and there's one out in the inning. Next pitch to Belcher, the leadoff hitter, missed high, breaking ball, ball one. Another breaking ball, this time caught the outside corner, so the count even at 1-1. Belcher has grounded out and popped out to second. Next pitch from Etheridge, called strike at the knees over the outside edge. So Jones taking his lead at second, and Devine leads from first, not being held down at first. Looping curveball, took a little off and missed high. So the count's at 2-2 to the leadoff hitter in the order for the Eagles. And there's a fastball that just missed outside, maybe a little low, and the count is now full at 3-2. So a big pitch here, 3-2 delivery. Called strike over the outside edge. Belcher was trying to coax a walk there, took off toward first base. He thought it had missed, but our umpire called a strike at the knees, and a big strikeout for Etheridge there, his third of the game. And now there's 2 outs in the inning for Jalen Atterbury, the pitcher, hitting second in the order. Takes a curveball strike right down the middle. Etheridge working from his stretch, comes set and delivers. Fastball that stayed outside. So our count is at 1-1. As Etheridge looks in, and that one's fouled back over the screen. So our count's at 1-2. Etheridge looks in and delivers, missed outside with a fastball. And the count's even at 2-2. 2 outs in the inning. We're in the bottom of the fifth, Cass leading at 4-0. Columbia with a couple of runners early. Etheridge is going to throw behind the runner. Ayers is there to catch the throw as they chase back Jones on the pickoff attempt. So another 2-2 pitch is a slow curveball again that stayed high for ball 3. Trent Nash wakes on deck if this hitter could reach, but he swings and misses as Etheridge gets his 4th strikeout, 2nd of the inning, to shut down the Columbia threat here in the bottom of the 5th. So Columbia does get a hit. They strand 2. We will go to the top of the 6th. Cass leads Columbia 4-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
We're moving to the top of the 6th. We're in game 2 of this best-of-3 opening round series between the Cass Colonels and the Columbia Eagles. Cass won game 1 earlier tonight by a score of 4-2. They're leading it here 4-0 as they will now bat in the top of the 6th. Cass scored a single run in the top of the 1st, 2 more in the 2nd, and 1 more in the 5th to take a 4-0 lead here in support of starting pitcher Brandon Etheridge. They will send their 7, 8, and 9 hitters in the order to the plate. Alex Yoslin, Matt Brown, and Chris Morton to face Jalen Atterbury, the starter for Columbia, still out there on the mound at 100 pitches going into the top of the 6th here for the Eagles. Yoslin had a big hit back in game 1. Steps back in 0 for 1 in this one. Takes a strike about belt high. Walked and struck out looking in his first 2 at-bats. That one missed way outside. Trickles back to the screen. So the count is at 1-1. To the Cass left fielder, Alex Yoslin, leading off here in the top of the 6th. Jalen Atterbury working from the windup. And Yoslin fouled the next fastball out into the parking lot. Next one bounced up there. So our count is at 2-2 now to the junior outfielder. 2-2 pitch from Atterbury is dribbled back out to the mound. He fields it cleanly, throws across to first, and there's out number 1 here in the top of the 6th. So Atterbury gets a little trickle ground ball from Yoslin back to himself. He throws them out at first, and 1 out in the inning brings up second baseman Matt Brown. Brown had a double back in game 1. He's 0 for 2 in this one. He has struck out swinging both times, and he's down 0-1 here. Breaking ball is a beauty. Called strike 2. Now the 0-2 pitch is way outside, goes all the way to the screen. So our count is at 1-2. Chris Morton, the center fielder for the Colonels, waits on deck. Wind and delivery from Atterbury. Hit in the air out toward left field. Chased it out there by the left fielder Peterson. He made a diving grab for out number 2. These Columbia defenders can cover some ground. And it was a bit of a soft line drive, but nonetheless, Peterson covered a lot of ground to field that one out in left field. So there's 2 outs in the inning for Chris Morton. Really good play there by the left fielder. First pitch to Morton, hit on the ground out toward short. He bobbled it and can't pick it up, and there's an error. So Morton makes it to first on the error by Trent Nash. And we've seen him make some sparkling plays, but that one he just kind of botched. So Morton reaches with 2 outs, and it brings up pitcher Brandon Etheridge, the leadoff hitter, trying to do some more 2-out damage. Morton with a big lead down at first, and Etheridge takes a ball inside. Wind continues to whip around, and maybe even a little bit of a light mist falling outside. Throw over to first. Morton back easily. And now Atterbury looks in for his 1-0 sign, and the delivery to Etheridge grounded out to short, and he missed it again. He just absolutely missed the ground ball. Now Etheridge is going to try to make it to second, and he's in there safely. So it's a two-base error there by Trent Nash on back-to-back errors, and the Colonels have runners at second and third now with 2 outs. So we have seen the Eagles make some really good defensive plays, but now they've come up with back-to-back mistakes here with 2 outs in the inning, though. And it brings up Sam Ayers. First pitch is a ball. And the next one is popped up back toward the screen. The Cass spectators have a chance at a play, and a fan almost caught it, but it hit the concrete and bounced over the near fence out into the parking lot. So the count is 1-1 with 2 outs to Sam Ayers with 2 runners out there in scoring position thanks to a couple of Columbia errors here in the 6th. And now Ayers hits it off his fist out toward left field. Left fielder is there. That's Peterson to make the catch. And there's out number 3, and 2 errors in the inning did not harm Columbia at all, as the Colonels are unable to capitalize. So the catch by Peterson shuts down the Colonels in the top of the 6th. We'll go to the bottom half of the 6th inning. Cass continues to lead it 4-0. Okay, we go to the bottom of the 6th. Brandon Etheridge back out on the hill for the Colonels. Cass leading it 4-0 as we go to the bottom of the 6th. Trying to complete the sweep here. They won game 1 4-2. We're in the opening round of the Class Quad A state playoffs. Cass hosting Columbia in round 1. Columbia will send Nash, Floyd, and Clark, their 3, 4, and 5 hitters, to the plate here in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch to Nash, who is 2 for 2 in this one, and he swings and misses. Single to center and single to left in 2 at-bats, and he takes a curveball inside for ball 1. Etheridge continues to work quickly, and his fastball missed outside. Williams missed inside that time, and the count has gone to 3-1. So Etheridge now takes a deep breath, toes the rubber, winds and delivers the 3-1 pitch. Missed low, ball 4, and he walked Trent Nash to start the 6th inning. And that will lead to a visit from his pitching coach, Kyle Clayton. So Coach Clayton goes out to have a little chat with his junior right-hander and his catcher, Sam Russell. We're in the bottom of the 6th. Thus far, Etheridge has held the Eagles scoreless. He has struck out 4, walked 2. Brings up the first baseman, Xavier Floyd, who's 0 for 1. Hit by a pitch and grounded out to first. Etheridge working from the stretch, throws over to first to chase back Nash, who slides back in safely. Columbia has really used their speed when they get on the bases. Etheridge steps back off the rubber again. And the next pitch is a high fastball that was chased by the batter Floyd. Swung on and missed for strike one. Etheridge set again. Delivers a curveball that stayed high. So the count's at 1-1 to the Eagles' first baseman. Etheridge set again. Fires a fastball right by Floyd for strike two. Breaking ball looped out towards second. Caught there by the second baseman, Matt Brown. He tried to double him up, but the base runner, Nash, slides back in safely, and there is out number one. So a little soft pop over there to Brown for the first out of the inning, and it brings up Keyshawn Clark with one out, and Nash still down at first. Etheridge comes set and throws a fastball fouled back off the screen for strike number one. Bottom of the sixth, Cass High playoff baseball presented by Mountain Dew on PlayOnSports.com and the GHSA.TV portal. Thank you for joining us as we continue 2013 Cass baseball. Next, curveball from Etheridge is fouled away. So the count now at 2 strikes on the hitter, 1 out in the inning as Nash leads from first. Etheridge throws over, and Nash is back in safely. Etheridge set again. Throws a fastball fouled back over the screen. As the wind picks up one more time. We know a weather system is moving in. Lots of rain in the forecast for the next couple of days. Curveball sailed on Etheridge. And now there is a steady mist falling. Etheridge coming set again. And you may even be able to see it on our picture. You can see it in the lights moving across the field. 2-2 pitch now from Etheridge. It's popped up in the air up the right side out toward the hitting facility. It's going to be way out of play. So a steady mist now falling. And maybe between hitters here, if we can get this guy out, I'll get Alec to take a picture of up toward the light so you can see the mist. It's moving in here. Little dribbler hit out toward third. Southern fields it, but he's not going to be able to retire the hitter, Clark. So it's an infield hit for Clark on the ground ball. Nice play by Southern, but he's unable to get him. So, Alec, if you want to try to take a shot up near the light somewhere, we can maybe show our folks that mist. There you go. That's moving across the field. Thank you, Alec. Brings up Peterson, and the first pitch bounces up there. Sam Russell blocked it, so it's ball one. Harold Peterson, the batter, 1 for 2 in this one. Singled to right and flied out, and there's a fastball strike over the outside corner. So with 1 out in the inning, 2 runners on, a 1-1 pitch from Etheridge is right in the same spot, strike 2. Etheridge from his stretch, bounced it up there off the gear of Russell, and the runners are going to move up. So Etheridge with the wild pitch allows the two runners to move into scoring position. And it is wet out there, so hard to tell what may have happened on the grip there. But our count now at 2-2. As Etheridge comes set again. And it's a ground ball hit out toward Dylan Williams. He made a nice play, dives back to the bag to get the out, but a run will score. And there's 2 outs in the inning. So the ground ball, a really good play out there by Dylan Williams to even make the catch and then beat the runner to the bag. All this team speed by Columbia comes into play again as they pick up a run on the ground out. And that allowed Nash to score. Clark moved over to third, but now 2 outs in the inning. First pitch from Etheridge is a breaking ball to Travis Taylor, the catcher, that missed low. Taylor 1 for 2. It's now 4-1. Runner at third for the Eagles, and Etheridge delivers low, ball 2. That mist and wind still whipping across the field. Lots of umbrellas out in the stands now. And there's a fastball strike at the knees for the first called strike to Travis Taylor. 2-1 delivery, same spot.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up a bit away, cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up a bit away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
We move to the top half of the 7th inning. Cass 4 runs on 6 hits. Columbia 1 run on 5 hits. They've made a couple of errors. They did not hurt Columbia. They were back-to-back. And Cass unable to take advantage with a 2-out hit. Columbia just scored there in the bottom of the 6th to get on the board and cut the Cass lead down to 3 at 4-1. So we move to the 7th inning. Cass, the visiting team in Game 2 here. They won Game 1, 4-2. They lead the series 1-0. And they will send their 3, 4, and 5 hitters to the plate here in the top of the 7th. Chaz Wilson, Dylan Williams, and Sam Russell. Wilson 1 for 3 in this one. He has flied out to right, grounded out to second, and doubled into center field. First pitch to Wilson, missed low. So Jalen Atterbury has gone the distance. He's at 116 pitches here as we work in the 7th, and Wilson takes a strike at the knees. Next one misses low. So the count has gone 2-1 to Wilson. As Atterbury winds and delivers and missed low again, ball 3. So the mist looks a little heavier now. But we are in the 7th inning. 3-1 pitch to Wilson, swung on and fouled away. So now the count has gone full to the Cass designated hitter here in Game 2. So here's the 3-2 pitch. And it's hit on the ground, deep to short, long throw across. He'll never get him, and he threw it away to boot. So Wilson will reach on the infield hit and then advance to second on the throwing error. So I don't believe he was ever going to get him anyway, but then the throw gets away and Wilson's in scoring position. So scored as an infield hit and then an error to allow Wilson to advance to second on the throwing error by Nash. So nobody out as Wilson stands at second, and it brings up the first baseman, Dylan Williams. So Wilson leads from second, and the first pitch to Williams missed high for a ball. Next one is hit up in the air out toward the right field area behind first base. First baseman is under it, makes the catch. Now Wilson's going to try to tag, and he's going to be safe. Slides in there safely. So Wilson sliding to the outside half of the bag, avoids the tag, and tags up on the pop foul ball out. So Williams is retired on the foul ball. Xavier Floyd made a nice catch on his knees, and then Wilson tagged and moved up to third. So one out in the inning. And the first pitch to Sam Russell is called a strike. One out in the inning. And he threw it to the screen. Here comes Wilson. And he's going to make it standing up. So that wild pitch went all the way to the screen, and Wilson's able to score. And that recovers that run that the Colonels gave up in the bottom of the sixth. So they've now taken a 5-1 lead. One pitch is fouled back over the screen. And the count's at 1-2 to the Colonels' catcher. Wind and delivery by Atterbury, missed low. So the count at 2-2 now. And he bounced another one up there, so the count has gone full. And it looks like they're going to stay with Atterbury to the bitter end. One out in the inning. Nobody on now. The Colonels have picked up a run to lead it 5-1 here in the seventh. And that one's fouled away. And Atterbury is about to throw his 130th pitch in this contest. The wind and delivery is fouled away. So Russell will wait while the umpire delivers a new baseball to the pitcher and gets a new, fresh set of baseballs from the Cass dugout. So a few signs of water now showing around the seating area of the bleachers, but the field still looks in great shape. Pretty steady mist flying across the field, and here's the 3-2 pitch, and it's hit on the ground past third. So we'll get another 3-2 pitch upcoming to Sam Russell. Russell 2 for 3 in this one, with a pair of singles and a ground out. And with the breeze continuing to roar, a ground ball hit back to Atterbury for the second out of the inning. So So 2 down now, and it brings up third baseman Hunter Southern. Southern digs in, 2 outs in the inning, and the first pitch misses high for a ball. We're in the top of the 7th. Cass, the visiting team here in Game 2. They lead it 5-1. Takes a little off that one, and it stayed high for ball 2. Cass won the first game 4-2. So they're looking for the 2-game sweep here. As Southern pops it up behind third base, 3 Eagles converge, and they missed it. And it's a fair ball. So the wind again playing havoc down there. And Southern is safe at first. So Yoslin, the left fielder, will step in now with 2 outs in the inning, and Southern standing down at first. First pitch is a fastball hit over the lights, foul, out near the Cass hitting facility. So he'll dig back in as Atterbury takes his sign, comes set, and delivers, and missed high. Atterbury set again, and missed high again. And you can tell the velocity is not there any longer. He's at 138 pitches in this contest, 23 in this inning. That one catches the outside corner, called strike. So the count is, I have it, is now at 2-2. Fouled away off the gear of the catcher, Taylor. So Atterbury has now reached the 140 pitch count mark. Matt Brown waits on deck for the Colonels if Yoslin could reach with 2 outs. Southern takes his lead down at first. Atterbury takes his sign and comes set, and it's fouled back against the screen. So a 2-2 delivery now to Yoslin. He swung and missed. Ball got away from the catcher. Now he throws down to first and in time to retire Yoslin on the drop, third strike out. Score it 2-3 on the putout, and that will close out the Colonels' top half of the 7th. But the Colonels pick up a big run there. They match the run that the Eagles scored in the bottom of the 6th with one of their own here in the top of the 7th. They score 1 run on 1 hit. There were 2 errors, and a man left. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th with Cass leading Columbia 5-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Okay, folks, lots of apologies, but our software crashed on us again, and we'll try to catch you up as best we can. There is one out in the inning. 2-1 count now to the batter. Runner down at first, swing and a miss. Etheridge struck out the last batter, Devine. Belcher now at the plate with Jones taking a lead from first. One out in the inning and a 2-2 pitch now. And he missed high. So now a 3-2 pitch is due to Belcher. And it missed just outside. Etheridge wanted that one, called a strike. So he walked Belcher. So Jones makes his way down to second. Belcher at first. We're in the bottom of the seventh. Cass leading at 5-1. One out in the inning. Runners at first and second. It brings up Jalen Atterbury. And the first pitch to Atterbury is a called strike. Cass leads at 5-1. We're in the bottom of the seventh. Trying to close out game two here. Brandon Etheridge has gone all the way. And his fastball's fouled back over the screen for strike two. So the count has gone 0-2 to Atterbury, who's 0 for 3 in this one. Etheridge comes set. And his curveball swung on and missed. There's another strikeout. His second of the inning and his seventh of the game. And now there's 2 outs in the inning. So we apologize for the technical difficulties. But we're back here for what will hopefully be a third out that would clinch this series. Called strike on the outside corner to Trent Nash. Nash 2 for 2 in this one with a walk. Curveball stayed high. So he's been a tough cookie for Brandon Etheridge. 2 singles and a walk. 1-1 pitch from Etheridge. Fastball called strike at the knees. So the Colonels now 1 strike away from moving to the Sweet 16, and there's a curveball that bounced up there for ball 2. The winner will face the winner of the East Side Troop Series. And there's a fastball called strike 3. Brandon Etheridge with the complete game victory, and the Colonels have won game 2 by a final score of 5-1. After winning game 1 4-2, Cass has advanced to the Sweet 16 in Class Quad A with a 2-game sweep over the Columbia Eagles. So we'll be back to wrap things up and talk about the next round after a couple of messages. We're going to have a little bit of a delay here because we've got to reload some information. We want to recognize our sponsors. So you'll have to bear with us for just a second as the 2 teams shake hands out there. So we'll take this break and we'll be back with a little post-game wrap-up right after these messages.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up and away, 'cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up and away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
Okay, back at the Cass High Athletic Complex. There you see the final score tonight in Game 2. The Cass Colonels prevail and win a 2-game sweep over the Columbia Eagles by a final score of 5-1. They won Game 1 by a final score of 4-2. We want to give our scoring software here just a second to catch up with us, so we can go through a little bit of details and how that one went. Cass with 5 runs on 7 hits. Columbia with 1 run on 6 hits. There were 3 Columbia errors in the game. Brandon Etheridge went the distance. 7 innings pitched, scattering 6 hits. He gave up 1 run. It was earned. He walked 3 and struck out 9. Threw 113 pitches in the game, 70 of them for strikes. So a very good outing by Brandon Etheridge. Cass with a run in the first, 2 in the second, 1 in the fifth, and 1 in the seventh, on their way to a 5-1 victory. Sam Russell and Chaz Wilson had 2 hits each. Brandon Etheridge with a hit and 2 RBI. Dylan Williams had a hit and an RBI. And Sam Russell had the other RBI with one of his 2 hits. And the Colonels are advancing to the Sweet 16 of the Class Quad A state playoffs after this 2-game sweep of the Columbia Eagles. They will take on the survivor of the East Side Troup County Series. East Side and the number 1 seed out of Region 8, Troup County, the number 4 team out of Region 5. And that was expected to be a really hard-fought series because Troup County is in a region that is loaded. And as a number 4 seed, they were still going to be a tough out for East Side. So there is a chance that Cass could host the second round if Troup County, the 4 seed, were to knock off East Side, the 1 seed. The second round next week would be here at Cass. If not, if East Side wins, the Colonels will have to travel to East Side for the Sweet 16 round. But that's going to wrap things up from here. We'll quickly tell you that Trent Nash led Columbia with 2 hits. Keyshawn Clark, Peterson, Taylor, and Jones all had a hit apiece for the Eagles. But the Cass Colonels, with a 2-game sweep, scores of 4-2 and 5-1, have advanced in Class Quad A to the Sweet 16. So we will have some news in coming days about our next broadcast, and we hope to be bringing you the next series. But the happy news from the Cass High School Athletic Complex tonight, the Cass Colonels sweep the Columbia Eagles in 2 games, and they've moved to the Sweet 16. Thanks for joining us, folks. We want to thank our sponsors, our local Pepsi distributor with Mountain Dew and their Kickstart product as our anchor sponsors. We also want to thank WYXC Radio and Liberty Tax Service as our sponsors for this season as well. We will try to catch up with you next time, that is game 1. I'm being told that Troop did beat Eastside in game 1 in 5 innings, 12-2. So we know the final on that one. And Troop did beat them twice. So, okay, there's some news here at the end of the broadcast. That means Troop will be coming here to Cass next week for the Sweet 16. The Colonels will host Troop in the round of 16. So we'll give you some scheduling update on playonsports.com, and we'll get that out over the Cass social media outlets as well. So our next series will be Troop at Cass next week. We hope to see you then. Thanks, everyone. Have a good evening. This has been Cass High Baseball on playonsports.com.